But again, thank you so much. But right now, I want to bring someone up that's very special to us as a friend and a colleague, Josephine Crail, who is a licensed clinical social worker. And you'll be hearing from her a couple of times throughout the weekend, but today she's going to be moderating the panel, introducing your speakers. And if you have any questions, Josephine will be fielding those as well. So without further ado, welcome, and please welcome Josephine Crail.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for joining us at the Florida Medical Cannabis Conference 2019 here at the beautiful World Center Marriott Hotel. When we first started talking about cannabis as a therapeutic agent here in Florida, it was very hush-hush. There was a lot of interest in the topic, but people were still very much afraid to step forward to address the issue in the light of day. So now, fast forward 6 or so years since we started our legislative advocacy work, and we are having conferences in grand ballrooms. So thank you all. One of my personal goals is to educate, normalize, and legalize, and to take the conversation from the back rooms and the dark into the light of day. I believe that we need to break the stigma for this most excellent plant that holds so much healing potential. So without further ado, I am going to introduce our first speaker, Judge Doug Bench, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to, give bios or backgrounds because our speakers will speak for themselves in the work that they do.
Thank you, Jill. Hi, everybody.
Hey!
My name is Doug Bench. I live north of Ocala and in Colorado. We're kind of horizontal snowbirds. Anybody in this room ever been a prohibitionist? You were totally against the legalization of cannabis. Anybody? 1, 2, 3 out of 4 out of 50. I want to give you a profile of a prohibitionist. You're looking at it. Graduated high school in 1963. Best man of my wedding, got drafted, went to Vietnam. Singer in our band got killed in Vietnam. My best friend came back addicted to heroin. Boy, did that piss me off. How did this happen, Ron? How did this happen? Well, it started with marijuana, man. We had to deal with that shit over there.
Yeah.
He got off the heroin with the help of cannabis. And for 32 years, he was a social worker probation officer in juvenile court in Dayton, Ohio. But it certainly started me on the path of hating cannabis. Went to college, graduated from Kent State. Yeah, that Kent State. Went to graduate school, went to law school. When I was in law school, I was a referee at juvenile court, which is a judge, but they can't call them judges because you don't have your law degree yet, so they call them referees. And of course, what did I see in court in juvenile court? Lots of screwed up kids. I've learned since, not because of cannabis, that came later. People are getting the cart before the horse. It ain't cannabis that makes them crazy. It's them and their parents being crazy that turns them to cannabis. I didn't know that then. So we put them away. Then I became a municipal court judge in the 80s. Hated marijuana, went to judicial college. They showed us some. I'd never even smelled it before. And in my 6 years as a judge, I put 311 people in jail and prison for cannabis offenses, 17 for a year, the rest for 6 months or less. You getting the picture? I hated cannabis. Of course, back then we didn't call it cannabis, it was marijuana because of our government. And as a medicine, it's cannabis, and the rest of my life until April of 2015, I was a prohibitionist. But you guys, I'm going to tell you my story here in a second, but if that hadn't happened, I'd be dead now. Because I was a prohibitionist. I had late-stage COPD, diagnosed in April of 2015. It's terminal. So modern medicine tells us. I went out to our place in Colorado in April of 2015 to resurface the deck. Started sanding the deck, couldn't finish. Out of breath. Sat down. What the heck is wrong? I had a heart attack. I don't know. Tried it again. An hour later, couldn't do it. Came back home from Colorado here to Florida, and my wife said, "How's the deck look?" And I said, "You know, I think I should go to the doctor, honey. I've been a checkup a long time. I'm getting older." I just turned 70. So I went to the doctor in Gainesville. Did all kinds of tests. Came back in the room and said, "Is your wife here with you, Doug?" I said, "Oh, yeah." He said, "Well, you might want to have her come in." So she came in and he proceeded to tell me, long story short, that I had a terminal disease. I had asthma, chronic bronchitis, chronic emphysema, and COPD. Now, I knew about emphysema. My mother had emphysema. I knew nothing about COPD except that commercial where the elephant sits on the guy's lap. You remember that one?
Yep.
I said, "What's COPD?" And he started explaining it to me, and then he stopped, and it got really silent. And then he said, "Doug, there's no cure. If something else doesn't take your life first, it's going to take your life." "What? How long?" "Oh, we don't." "Shut the hell up, Doc. Tell me how long." "Well, it's just that." "Shut up and tell me." Well, the average is 20 months. Oh. We're going to put you on oxygen, we're going to put you on steroids, you're going to have a nebulizer and all this crap. Where the side effects were 7 pages long.
Yeah.
As I look back, it was a really good thing that when we walked out of there, he stopped my wife and said, "You really need to get his affairs in order." Because that woman right there said, "Fuck you." Now that's the good part. I've never heard that one out. The other good part of it is she got ticked off. He ain't going to tell my husband he's going to die and when he's going to die. My wife was into essential oils. How many of you are into essential oils? How many of your wives are into essential oils? Because they're so expensive. Well, that's part of the reason it saved my life. Because she went home, I went home, sat on the couch, watched the horses in the pasture, waiting to die, feeling sorry for myself. My wife went to the computer and started looking up What kind of essential oils could help COPD? 4 months she studied on the computer. 4 months she kept ream after ream of paper using up, printing out the reports of the studies. Knowing her husband was a prohibitionist, she found on the internet that cannabis oil, high in THC, could stop COPD. Maybe. So what did she do? All she could do with a prohibitionist husband, she lied to me. Said, honey, I've got to go to Colorado. There's a horse conference out at Estes Park, and I got to go. Well, that's not a lie. She learned from her lawyer, Judge husband, how to tell half-truths. There was a horse conference there. That's just a loophole. But she was 20 miles down the road in Boulder. Buying cannabis oil.
Yeah.
Hiding it in her luggage.
Oh my God.
And bringing it home on a plane for her dying husband. Committing a felony as she crossed every state line in the air. She gets home. That evening she says, honey, I want you to try this. What is it? A little syringe. No needle, just a little syringe with some dark stuff in there. I said, what the hell is that? She said, oh, it doesn't matter. I just been reading. I think it might help with your COPD. What is it? Well, it's essentially an essential oil, honey. Take it. Put a drop under your tongue. That shit is cannabis, isn't it? Yes, it is. And it might save your life. I ain't taking that. You SOB, get the hell out of my house.
Wow.
Take that stuff with it. That's illegal.
Yeah.
We went back and forth like that for 6 days. Day 7, my brilliant wife was coming down our spiral staircase with 2 suitcases. And I said, well, what are you doing? She said, I'm leaving you. You effing, second time, you effing won't help yourself. I'm not going to help you either. I'm going to go live with Molly and the kids in Orlando. Well, you don't mean that, honey. She said, F, I don't. I said, how do I take it? Well, you can put it under your tongue, or you can put it in a suppository and I'll put it under my tongue. Am I going to get high? I don't think so. You don't think so? No, I don't think so. Well, I ain't doing it during the daytime. I've never touched this stuff. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to do it sitting on the bed and then lay down. Tiny, tiny pinhead size drop that first night. Put it under my tongue, couldn't stand the crappy taste. Prohibitionist.
Yeah, man.
I look around, what's happening? Am I giggling? Am I acting stupid? There was my wife. I said, honey, what am I doing? She says, honey, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. You just slept 7 hours straight for the first time in a year and a half.
Holy crap.
Well, okay, I'll take another drop tonight. That was the beginning. October 6th of 2015, I started illegally on cannabis oil. October, every night, 1 drop. Never got high. November, every night, 1 drop. December, January, late February. Now, if you know somebody with COPD, there's a lot of wheezing and crackling in their voice, very hard to sleep. It wakes you up, wakes up your partner as well. It was about 4 weeks and the wheezing and crackling was going down. 4 weeks. Of course, in that first 4 weeks, I told her I was quitting this shit twice. Didn't like the taste. a little too much, and I had to go to the bathroom, and I had to hug the wall to get to the bathroom. Whoa. But then I started feeling better, started getting my strength back. No more coughing, no more colds that winter, no more pneumonia in the hospital crap. Whoa! This stuff is working. Hey, set another appointment with my doctor. Because he says I was going to die. And I don't think that's going to happen. So we set another appointment with that doctor, went to see him at the end of February. 5 months later, 5.5. And he comes back into the room. Doug, I don't know what this is all about. But I can't find any symptoms. I can't even find any scar tissue in your lungs.
Wow.
I hear nothing. They're clear. I said, I know. He said, what are you doing as he shuts the door? I said, Doc, I'm committing a felony every day and I ain't stopping. He said, whoa, I can't put that in your chart.
Sure you can.
So in my chart, if you saw it at the, well, I won't say which doctor's office, but it says asymptomatic of COPD
Wow.
and emphysema. Asymptomatic. You spell that C-U-R-E-D.
Right.
But current medical doctors aren't allowed to use those terms. Now, you guys, how many of you are pro cannabis as a medicine? Raise your hand.
Oh,
Of course you
of
are.
course.
So if you have a family member or friend that gets sick, you're going to give them some cannabis for cancer, Crohn's disease, Lou Gehrig disease, PTSD, epilepsy, on and on and on, right? What if your family member's a pro of frickin' business? No, you don't. And you don't call them stupid. You know why? Because you're going to drive them away and they're going to frickin' die. I challenge you. My youngest son is the summer before his senior year. I found marijuana paraphernalia in his sock drawer. Son, come here and sit down over there. What is this? You're grounded for a month. Dad, you're grounded for a month, your senior year. And you know what he said? Dad, all I know is when I smoke it, my stomach doesn't hurt. See, he had irritable bowel syndrome, was going into colitis, and stupid-ass prohibitionist father said to him when he told me that bald-faced frickin' lie, you're grounded for a year for the lie. A month for the dope, a year for the lie. And I know now he wasn't lying. So here's what we got to do, folks, and I'll wrap this up. Every person in this room, you have to. How many of you are on Facebook? Do you see the crap on Facebook all the time? There was a guy that put up a post that says, cannabis causes brain damage. And I very nicely said, sir, you need to read the research facts. Cannabis enhances the growth of new neuron connections in the brain called dendrite spine protuberances through a process called neurogenesis. There were about 20 posts in that thread after that cussing me out from prohibitionists. Oh, the Democrats are so damn stupid, you must be one of them. We don't need any more stupid people in the world, so we should not legalize marijuana. You guys, if those people get sick and could be helped with cannabis, they're going to die. Unless you and I stop calling them stupid, stop calling them idiots, even though maybe 5% of them are. It's our responsibility to educate them. How many of you will take that responsibility seriously? Stand up if you will.
Yeah.
Stand up if you
All
take
of
that
us.
seriously. Repeat after me. I know how you feel.
I know how you feel.
I felt the same way.
I felt the same way.
Let me tell you what I found out.
Let me tell you what I found out.
Then what you learn today and tomorrow, you share it with a couple people a month. How many of you can do that? 2 people a month.
All right.
Because you know what my dream is? 67% of people are pro-cannabis in this country. You guys can see. 67% of the people in this country are pro-cannabis. We got to get to the other third. There's 5% of them we're never going to touch. And frankly, there's another 5% that are on the table. Let's get to 90%. That's my dream. If we do that, they can't stop us, can they?
That's right.
Trump's red hat, you know. This is a better one.
Yes.
If you can't read it right there, it says, "Make weed great again." And it was before 1937, when every man, woman, and child in this country used it as a medicine. The pharmaceutical companies put it in over 60% of the products and medicines they sold. And it was used for over 2,000 products. Hemp. Make weed great again. And the only way to do that, 3 words. Educate, educate, educate. Don't call them stupid. Don't call them idiots. Give them the facts. Go to PubMed.gov. There's over 26,000 research studies posted on PubMed. And I heard a politician in this state just 2 days ago say, we don't have enough research. Bullshit.
You're right.
We got it.
Yep.
You guys and me aren't sharing it with them. We have to. I'm doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So when our politicians and others tell us that there's not enough research on cannabis therapeutics, what they're really telling us is there is not enough FDA-approved research. In order to study cannabis for its benefits, you have to go through 2 additional review boards, one of them being the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Now, the NIDA usually supports studies that will potentially show the deleterious effects of cannabis. They're not in the business of promoting drug use. So in their eyes, cannabis is still seen as a dangerous drug that we need to be kept safe from. Another one of my goals is to shift the conversation from cannabis as a drug of abuse to cannabis as a potential treatment and for disease management. So education is key, and we are on our way. The next woman that I want to introduce, I have a very special, close connection with. Her name is Colette Florida, and she is a most beautiful piano warrior sister of mine. Our stories travel down a parallel path. Colette is the founder of CR World, and she will talk to us today about the healing benefits of CBD. So, my dear friend and colleague, Colette.
Well, I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Josephine. We really are on a parallel path. It's been quite the journey. I sat in a seat just like you just a few years ago. I came in not to get into this business, but because we had our own need. I started CR World because of this man, my father, Claude. He was diagnosed with dementia just a few years back. It would be now, I guess, 4 or 5 years ago that he was first diagnosed with dementia. And he was a very independent man. I looked up to this man my whole life. And in a very short amount of time, and we're talking just a couple of weeks from when we relocated him from Chicago to St. Petersburg, Florida, he progressed very quickly. And he went from living independently to being extremely agitated and very aggressive. This was at the time that I had just given birth to my second child. So as a caregiver, like many of you already are, I was put into that position. They call it the sandwich generation. I'm more certain it's the panini press, because it is absolutely a time where you are trying to take care of you, your family, and your parents. And at that time, we did everything that Western medicine said, everything that the doctors had recommended. We put him on all the medications that they said. And what we found was a path of continually more medications being added, more aggression, more agitation, to a point where we said, this is not working. I was losing caregivers on a weekly basis. He wouldn't sleep through the night. I can't tell you about all of the horrible stories of things that I never expected to experience with my father. But the one that pushed us over the edge was the time that I got the call at 2 in the morning. Midday. And the caregiver said, I have to leave right now. I quit. He's thrown his feces on me, and I'm done. And I had to bathe my father and figure out what the heck I was going to do. At the same time, there was a group coming into town called Women Grow, and they were having a local Tampa chapter. And I met people like Josephine at that meeting. And I started to hear conversations about CBD. And I started to hear about this plant in a different way. I knew that there was something about cannabis that was helpful to begin with, but I didn't understand CBD. I did the research at the same time as trying to, again, care for my children. And what I found was that there was a lack of information at that point on the answers that I needed. We're so thankful that in that short amount of time that has changed, and it has allowed us to grow as a community, as an industry, and to be able to now understand that there is an option for caregivers like myself, not only for my father, but also for ourselves to take care of our own health during this process. We saw a difference when we gave him our coconut oil, so much so that he stopped being agitated and aggressive. In fact, he started sleeping through the night. Now, not only is that a relief on my part as a caregiver, but it actually was a monetary savings of $1,300 a month, because my caregiver now could sleep through the night, and therefore I didn't have to pay a 12-hour shift. My sanity came back, because I no longer had calls in the middle of the night waking me up saying, your father's fallen, paramedics are here, he won't cooperate with anybody. Or your father has walked into the neighbor's house and he won't leave. I knew as a mom, as a caregiver, as a daughter, that this was not so complicated and we need to clean that up. And that is how I founded CR World. And it's been our mission ever since. And I'm very proud to still be here today to talk about how that has grown. It is about offering high quality products driven by education. The judge is right. We have to get out and educate. And I looked around the room for 2.5 years, 3 years. Someone's going to get out there. Someone's going to say when I need them to. I'll just be able to point myself to. Talking to that point about, are there studies? Well, here's one from Florida. THC in particular can help to boost deficiencies in nervous system function. So what is it saying? The THC can lessen the production of a beta amyloid protein, which can create an accumulation of plaque in the brain. that very thing that causes the dementia, that we will be seeing a shift in our baby boomers generation as those numbers start to increase. We have a flower right now that can help it to be minimized, to reduce that plaque. But are there studies, right? There's another one from 2016. When we were able to identify the molecular basis of the inflammatory response to amyloid beta protein, it became clear that THC-like compounds that the nerve cells make themselves may be involved in protecting the cells from dying. 2016 study. This was interesting and it hit home because Aricept, donepezil, was one of the first drugs that was prescribed to my dad. So in addition to propidium, we also found that THC was considerably more effective than 2 of the approved drugs for Alzheimer's disease treatment. Donepezil, the Aricept that he was given, in the Tacrin or Cognix, which reduced amyloid aggregation by only 22% and 7% respectively, at twice the concentration used in our studies. Our results are conclusive enough to warrant further investigation. So we have the studies, we have the insights. I could go on, you know this, they're already out on all of this social media, and we're out there pumping information every day, trying to get more information. So just to give you the foundation, why is it CBD? Well, we know that we have an endocannabinoid system, and in our ECS, or endocannabinoid system, we're already producing what's found in the plant. It's working magnificently until it stops working magnificently. And it shows itself in a lot of different ways. It could be inflammation or pain, it could be cognitive function, it could be in digestive issues. This is in every cell in the body. And we have this brilliant communication system, one that actually communicates with the other systems. So it sits there at the crossroads and helps the body to find that homeostasis in the cellular, down to the subcellular level. It's basically acting like a thermostat or a lock and key. There's just a connection happening that's regulating the body and those receptors. And you've got something very unique. The fact that this plant, unlike most pain medications, you're blocking the sensors, right? You're blocking the pain. This is actually opening a communication back to the brain and saying, here's where the pain is, fix it. An amazing system that allows us to have that homeostasis also found in the plant, right? But when we have that deficiency, that is where you start to see all the different symptoms come into play. We do know now that when you have a CBD-rich hemp oil, you can help to provide nutritional support. Now, I say CBD-rich hemp. We also know that it's coming from the same plant. You know, we're basically, I want to jump ahead because I want to really get to the important parts of it. We know that the plant allows you to support your endocannabinoid system, and it's the cannabis sativa plant. The THC plays its part, and so for us, we find that when you can use a whole plant where there is all the cannabinoids found in the plant, you will help to nourish that system. Cannabis, hemp, same thing. Same plant genus, however, varietals. That's the way I kind of describe it. Now, we can get into the semantics of science, but I want to get down to what you can share with your family and friends. You need to understand the plant is the plant. What's different about it is the properties, just like an English rose, and there's 1,000 varietals. Pick one. So the same thing applies here. All of these have different properties that make it have different benefits. But one thing is absolutely certain. Even when you're introducing large amounts of THC, we know that it is helping to nourish the endocannabinoid system. And oftentimes, if somebody's in a great deal of pain, no, they don't look like this. Do you know what they look like? Somebody who is relieved from pain, the absence of pain for the first time in a very long time. So I pointed out that we talked about that we have these receptors in our body already producing cannabinoids, but rich and ready for the cannabinoids to come from the plant as well. And we find that with 120 plus compounds and molecules that are found in the plant, that you need to nourish your body with that whole plant because each one is going to do something a little bit different, right? We know, I think a lot of people have seen the wheel, and there's lots of different varieties of what's out there. This is just one example of a few of the cannabinoids found. You can see just how much the CBD can do just by itself. The antibacterial, inhibiting cancer cell growth, neuroprotective qualities, promoting bone growth, reducing seizures and convulsions. I could go on, but the long story short is that you start to see a trend here in some of the overlap because they do work together, and you do want to have the plant working together in your body to create that homeostasis. So as you see, CBD is important, but there's your THC, there's your CBC, CBG, CBA, or CBGA. You've got a lot of different properties that also have other values. For instance, you see the THCA aiding with sleep or inhibiting cancer cell growth, crossing over with the CBD. So when you hear somebody say, I tried a CBD oil, but it didn't do anything for me, right? You get that a lot?
Yep.
Well, that's because they probably are using just CBD. Now, CBD can do some very nice things, but we also know that it plateaus. Your body does understand it, and at some point, it no longer is effective no matter how much CBD you add. But the other part of it is that it's working together. You want that balance of the plant to find the homeostasis and not just have one isolated part of the plant. So what I usually like to do is bring people through what you need to know about the CBD itself, because you're going to find lots of great studies on how it's helping. Just pick something, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. You're going to find something that it can help. But how do you know what you're getting? This is the 3-year study that I've taken on in understanding what is the difference between all those products that you're going to find in the exhibit hall. Is it whole plant or is it isolate? That's an important one because, again, if you've only got isolate, you're not going to get the what we call the entourage effect. All of the plant working together to create that entourage effect. There are some great benefits. I'm not disputing that isolate does have its place. So I do also add that isolates, can be used as a great topical. They can be used as something to enhance what you're doing. You just need to know where they're coming from, what they are, and how they play their part in the rest of your CBD oil. Where is it grown? This is the big one. We're getting a lot of people that are getting imported products. You import those products and now you have to follow along and understand what's their processes from growing and packing and shipping and preserving. That really adds up to a lot of hands on a plant. So the US grown products is obviously the direction we as an industry are trying to help to have happen. So please continue to look at where those products are coming from because you can get it from anywhere in the world, but their grow processes may not be the same as your farmer right here in Oregon. So looking for that where it's found on the label is important. What else is in that oil? Oh my gosh, there's a lot of stuff going into oils. You really need to know what those other additives are. And why? Are they doing it for flavoring? There's some very nice ones that add a mint or a menthol or something in that flavor range or a mint chocolate. Those are very nice. Are they natural? Are they going to help you? Then they're a great product for you to try. If you start to see more preservatives, things you don't recognize the words, that's a really good indication that if you're trying to be healthful and you're trying to have that healing benefit, less is more. Less of that stuff, more of the clean, less additives. Now, of course, we're looking for, are they getting lab tests? And what kind of lab tests are they getting? We use EVO right here in the show. And I know because I've literally walked their lab, I know exactly what they're testing for. I know exactly how they keep a clean test in the process. And that is important because I have already seen where lab tests are being shared. I'm seeing a lot of coincidental, similar lab tests. Where are they getting their product? Are there pesticides? That lab test will help you to determine what else is in that plant. So purity of your product is really important and worth looking at when you look at those labels. How is it delivered? So we know that ours, for instance, uses an unrefined, an organic, unrefined, cold-pressed coconut oil, meaning that we're using all the lipids, the fat, because we know that that's what binds with the receptors in our body. It helps it to digest longer and go further into the digestive system. There are, again, with the isolates, you're going to find that they dissolve faster. Nanotechnology is all about, fast and getting into the cells quickly. But they're also, you've got to look at the longevity of, do you want fast relief or do you want nutritional support that's long-lasting? There's a very distinct difference in the two. So understanding how it's being delivered. Is it MCT oil or another oil? Some use like a hemp seed oil, which also has great benefits. Hemp seed oil is fantastic. Not hemp oil, not the same. Pressing the seed, you do not get the same cannabinoids that you do from the plant. But it is a great option to keep with the plant. So what other things are they using to deliver it with? Are there other additives and flavorings again in that? How much are you getting per serving? Now, I would love for us to be to a point where you can measure all of the cannabinoids and see all of that stuff on the label. But I already know that I can barely fit the basics onto my label, and that's hard enough. So we're going to have to evolve as an industry to a place where people can understand, oh yes, okay, this one is rich in all of these cannabinoids and is heavy in CBG or CBN or has a stronger, you can kind of see that the profiles might change. This one's good for sleep. This one's maybe good for digestion. So you're going to start to see those trends happening. But that plays its part in how much you're getting per serving. So how much CBD are you getting in that serving? How much do you have to take? Are you taking a lot of what it is? Are you taking a little bit? If you're taking like a drop, you're getting a very concentrated form. If it's a more of a diluted form, ours uses the coconut oil, it's more of a diluted form. But we like the coconut oil because, again, it's a binding part. So looking at that amount and also knowing that how it's been extracted and how that plant's been grown, as well as what it's being delivered in, makes the difference of how much CBD you need. So in one case, I might get one bottle and say I need 200 milligrams from that bottle. And in another case, I might only need 25 milligrams. One's whole plant, one's more isolate. So you may find that you can play around, and say, oh, this is the right amount, and then you switch brands, and that could change. So be aware of the distinct differences in what those measurements might look like. The other thing that I would also encourage you to look at is the extraction. Now the extraction process is a little tricky. We don't often put that onto the labels, and there isn't a whole lot of room, again, to know that. But you can ask the suppliers, and they should be able to tell you. So here's what we know. There are there's common trends that we see. Most common ones we see CO2 extraction, right? I do see ethanol and water distillation. Those are probably the three leading ways that I've seen out on the floor. You probably hear most people say that. I walked an entire MJ BizCon show, and every one of them told me how clean their process was. And they're going to get rid of all this plant matter. To me, that's a great idea, if that's what you're looking for. But we also found that lipid extraction was something that found a different way to not get rid of that. And we felt like, why did we want to get rid of the plant? We actually want all of the plant. That was the whole idea of whole plant. So one of the things that we learn is how this plant comes in, and what's cost efficient. So if you're trying to take the plant and you're trying to get it extracted fast and get a lot out of it, you're going to go to one of those CO2, you're going to go with, or one of the distillations. And they're beautiful processes, and they are very clean if they're done right, if they're lab testing properly. They can be very nice. The question then becomes, what do they do? Well, CO2 is going to blast the plant. It's going to blast the trichome. It's going to get the actual plant matter, and they're going to sift out the lipids. They're going to sift out the chlorophyll. They're going to sift out some of the other parts of it in that process. CO2 oftentimes, not CO2, ethanol, and then water distillation. They tend to do an alcohol bath first. So they're cleaning the plant that way. And CO2, I believe, does the same. So they're going to clean the plant, use some sort of a solvent to clean it, which is very common in the medical world. It's not uncommon to use that process. So they're taking it, putting it in an alcohol bath, and then they do the distillation. Now you're looking at temperatures that are going to, at the same time, extract the CBD, but it's also going to take out some of the terpenes. There's some sophisticated systems that are now collecting those terpenes and reintroducing them. So when we say full spectrum, whole plant, they've captured them, and at the end of the extraction process, they've now put them back into that CBD oil. So they are still using natural terpenes, cannabinoids, but it is a process that they're taking that out. For us, we chose the lipid extraction. It took me the entire show floor of MJBizCon to see that the reality was lipid extraction actually is the craft process of all of the extraction methods, because you're not actually blasting the plant. You're not bathing in any solvent. You're testing a clean plant. Now we know, I should take a step back. You know that the plant is so good. We've all seen how if you plant it in a soil that has kind of a dirty soil or has something in it, it's going to suck that up. It helps to remediate the soil, right? It's great for farmers. But on the other hand, not so good if they haven't cleaned that plant and now they're putting it into an oil that's for good health. So we just test and make sure that the plant that we have going in is clean, and then we don't have to do the solvent-free. We don't have to introduce the solvent. So we found that that's a good alternative option. So and we're finding that that's the way that the industry hopes to go, or at least that was the conversation in the extraction meeting that we sat through. So those are some of the differences. I don't think that any one of them is right or wrong. I think everyone has its benefits. Cost efficiency, CO2 and the ethanol and water distillations are absolutely a great way to go. They're definitely a cost-efficient way to go. But you do want to make sure that they're doing their lab tests, that they're cleaning the plant, that they have tests to show that they remove the solvents at the end, which most of them, the good companies, are doing. I actually have a minute, and I don't know if there was any questions, but I thought I would put it out there if you have a question. Yes?
I do. You were talking about full spectrum. Have you heard of the broad spectrum that there is? And is there any standardization of what broad means?
Full spectrum, broad spectrum, stating that it's coming from the plant, it's a term. It's just a full spectrum, broad spectrum. As far as I know, I haven't heard of the difference.
Well, but there is. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well then that's my mistake. Yeah,
The broad spectrum means that they have taken the isolate of THC out and not returned it.
Oh, I see.
And full spectrum means it's got the whole everything.
Yes. Okay. So if you guys heard that, excuse me, I'm thinking. It was you are using broad spectrum by removing out the THC. That to me is not the best approach to take out THC. You're losing one of the binding agents. You're not going to get high from it. Certainly my dad didn't, but it was certainly a much better environment for me as a caregiver to take care of him a little bit happier. So I want to thank you all for your time. We do have a booth in there, so if you'd like to come and visit and ask more questions, please feel free. My name is Colette with Sierra World. Thank you.
So, along with being a legislative advocate extraordinaire up at the Florida Capitol, I am also a clinician. And one of the things that I would like to add very briefly to the CBD conversation, which I see as a small missing link, is that people need to understand that CBD does interact with other medications. We have a lot of over-the-counter CBD products, and it's important to understand if there is a contraindication with another medication. A real quick, down and dirty way to explore this is what we call the grapefruit test. So if your medication that you are already being prescribed should not be used with grapefruit juice or eaten or taken with eaten grapefruit, you may want to have extra care when deciding about adding CBD. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't be used together. It just means that that is something that you need to be mindful of, and you may want to reach out to a medical professional just to understand if there is that interaction between the two. A lot of times with over-the-counter or online purchases, that little piece is left out of the equation. So as educator, when we're talking about CBD, I do feel a responsibility to just raise awareness and open that conversation. So we have a small shift in our program. We're going to switch Dr. Kelly King with Mr. Tim Morgan. Last name may sound familiar to you. He is the brother of John Morgan, who is with Morgan & Morgan and has taken on the state of Florida on behalf of one of my dear, dear friends, Kathy Jordan. And they have a suit going through the state to allow for smokables, so we do appreciate that very much. And Dr. Terrell Newton, who is a medical cannabis recommender here in the state of Florida, based out of the Jacksonville area. Dr. Newton is currently conducting research on cannabinoid care across the spectrum of a variety of different conditions. His research will be published this year, and he will be telling us about dosing as an alternative to opioids for chronic non-malignant pain, and he'll be talking a little bit about his research study. So I would like to introduce Dr. Terrell Newton and Mr. Tim Morgan.
Good evening, everybody. I'll start my presentation after we give Tim a chance to speak. I just wanted to introduce him a little bit more specifically. And I've known Tim now for a few years. And one of the things about being a physician and being someone who's humble and always striving to learn more and more and more, I always say I learn more from my patients than I do from any textbook. And that's an exchange. So when the patient comes in and you're doing your recommendations early on, I would say listen. You're going to find yourself listening more to patients than you're telling them. And so after you get a couple of years of experience, then you're going to get to a point where you know more than the patient does, and then that exchange is kind of a little bit different. And then at some point, you should be encouraging, Judge Bench mentioned PubMed, you should be encouraging your patients to find research studies, look at what's coming out that's new, and bring those studies on your next visit so they can be discussed. I think it's a really good exchange. But I had the pleasure of knowing Tim for a while, and I would say I learned just as much on medical cannabis from him as he learned from me. And without further ado, I'll let him go ahead and introduce himself.
There you go. Tequila.
Awesome.
Come on, Chuck.
Sip, sip, pass.
Before I begin, my brother John has instilled all of our family. Anytime we're in front of more than 10 people, make sure you always say, if you've been hurt, Now, I was asked today to come here to share my story. Forgive me for speaking. I have some problems with my throat. But I don't do speeches often. I leave that for John. But Terrell's a great friend of mine, and so I say, absolutely, I can come talk to you. My story starts about 40 years ago. I was in 1977. I was a senior in high school. I was 18 years old. I was in a program called Distributive Education. That's basically where you go to school for 2 classes a day, and then for every period you're out, you get an A for your, or grade for your the class, his actual GPA up for accepted for college. So I was working at Walt Disney World, the Polynesian Hotel, as a lifeguard. And the day I went to work, I worked the 10 to 11 shift. When I got there, they had a rescue going on. This is my little teleprompter here. We had a rescue going on. And basically what it was a lady who had lost her 12-year-old daughter. Didn't know where she was, couldn't find her. Said she was swimming in the South Beach area, which is a lake, and couldn't find her. When I got there, they had already done sweep at least 5 times, trying to find the body. So you can tell the mother is getting a little perturbed. She's been drinking, so now she's a little hyped because now it's been going on for 45 minutes. My child's underwater. What's going on? You know, it's the outcome. There'll be brain damage, there'll be death. So she started getting a little hyped. So when I got there, she tried to change her story. Instead of being in the lake area, she said the child was over in a settled area. So my director told me to 2 or 3 of us guards to go to that area, jump in and search that area. And we were good. If someone was in there, we would find them. And so I was thinking, this is not right. Something's not right, because we would have found something by now. But anyway, we go in. When I dove in, unfortunately, there was a pylon in the lake. And at the time, in 1977, Florida was experiencing one of the worst droughts ever. And Reedy Creek Management, part of Disney, was in charge of keeping the water levels level. And they were not. So the water levels were way out. No one knew that pylon was there. When I dove in, I broke my neck. I immediately broke my neck. It felt like it was just electric. Your body just shook. And I went totally paralyzed. And I could move one arm. So I kind of like dog paddled up and looked at Bill and said, Bill, help. And I went back down. So he didn't know. You don't pick someone up, you board them. So he comes and picks me up, which probably did more damage, but he didn't know. Laid me on the beach and hope for the best. So they called the ambulance, got me there to the hospital. I was in very good hands because the person who was treating was Dr. Daryl Sheck, and he was from Craig Institute out of Colorado, and they were one of the leaders in spinal injury. And I didn't realize really what the hell had happened to me. You know, I knew I couldn't move. I played football before. I dove into lakes before, pool before. I had like what's called a stinger. Some of you don't know that is. Like you're going to be okay. You just got to wear it off. You know? But I wasn't moving at all. Nothing. So when I get to the hospital, Dr. Shea, although he was good, he was very blunt. And he told me, he says, Tim, he said, I got good news, I got bad news. He said, the good news is you're alive. He said, the bad news is you broke your neck and you're going to walk again. So I'm like, whoa, 18 years old, 2 years, or 2 months before I graduated from high school, that's a lot of me. So he says, what we're going to do is, he goes, we're going to drill 2 holes in your head right here. We're going to put you in traction. And I'm like, all right. And he said, do you want me to shave your head, or do you want me to drill or shave $silver holes? And I thought, I said, well, don't shave my head. I got a problem in 2 months.
Oh my God.
And he said, son, you're not going to problem. And that's when it hit. I'm in some serious trouble. So, like I said, I was very lucky to be at the Lucerne General Hospital. That's where I was. In Atlanta. It was a private hospital. Great staff, great people. I had to be there. I was very lucky to be there. I was there for 8 months. Now they turn people in and out in 2 weeks. There's no rehab whatsoever there. I was very, very lucky to be where I was at the time. When you're there for, you got to go. You're on your own. And they give you evaluation. And they say, here's what's going to happen to you for the rest of your life. And it's very brutal. And they said, more than likely, you won't live past 30. You'll die before you're 30. I was 18, so I got 11 years left. And they said, you're gonna probably have to have an assistant live with you. Someone to take care of you, do bowel programs, dress you, bathe you, do all this for you. And you'll probably be on Social Security or some type of benefit, and you won't be working. John said, you're wrong. I said, fuck you.
Yeah.
So, it was time for me to go on. And Disney said, hey, look, I looked at schools, but this is 1977. They didn't have ADA. They didn't have ramps. They didn't have handicap parking. They didn't have all that. Those laws didn't come to the 80s.
Yeah.
So for me to go find school in the University of Florida, you can't go to chemistry because there's no elevator to get you up there.
God.
So school is basically out, unless you go to some small, and I don't know. It wasn't like all my friends were going to Florida. My friends were going to Florida State. My friends were going to Miami. That's where I wanted to go. But no one going to happen. So Disney says, well, we'll pay for your college and all that, so that's why I was going to go. But now when I couldn't go, they said, how about this? How about we bring you back to Disney and we'll give you a career? And I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. And they said, what do you like? I said, well, I like hotel motel. I've been working at Lonnie's Hotel. They said, well, how about we bring you back in our hotel motel management administration? I'm like, that's great. That'd be great. And so that was the plan. So they tell me to show up one day. You're going to want a front desk orientation. All excited, I get there, change into a little uniform and all that, and a little Hawaiian thing, all these. And because I think I'm going to work in the front desk. So the next thing I know, they take me into the kitchen. And they put me in front of a phone. And they go, give me some paperwork. And they go, you're going to be taking breakfast orders. Breakfast orders? I'm like, no, this ain't good. So I left. Another head food came out of my mouth. But I left. And I said, this ain't happening. So then they said, well, how about if we put you over in our phone telephone, Vista United. United Telephone on half of it, 51%, Disney on the other half, so the Vista United Telephone. So they said, how about if we put you into the intake part of it? I said, that'd be fine. So I worked there. It was fine. But it wasn't management. I'm not going to be an operator for the rest of my life. I got a little more drive than that. This ain't going to happen. So I settled with Disney for just basically, I think it was $160,000 to be paralyzed for the rest of my life. Because they fought me so hard, they said Ready Creek was not part of Disney. They were on. So I couldn't sue them. I couldn't sue them. They were workers' comp immunity. Nowadays, the more and more we take the fucking head off. I'd be a millionaire overnight. They even offered me $1 million the day I got hurt. My bills were over $3 million at the CERN. So I would have been upside down when I came out. So they're always trying to screw me. And that's what because John, so much I think over the years, he sold his firsthand. He was selling, he went to law, he was in college when I got hurt, he went in law school. He got out, went to sell yellow pages to get money to law school later. But he saw it up firsthand, and that really ticked him off. But I settled with Disney, and I became remember Segler One? I was one of the very first agents. So I was selling car phones. My girlfriend lived in Gainesville. So on weekends I'd go to visit her in Gainesville. Well, one weekend I go up there, and I never smoked pot. I wasn't a pot guy. I played football, played soccer. I was they call them the freaks, the jocks, and streets, and all that stuff. I was a jock. So I didn't smoke pot. I mean, I did, Colombian Gold, you with Doritos and beer. So one day I go into this apartment, and it was like a Christmas tree was in this damn room. It just hit me like a brick. the hell's it's August, it smells like Christmas. I go, Tim, how are you? We got Afghanistan. I'm like, what? And there's like 5 guys smoking a joint. And I'm like, it's all right, you know. No, you want to take this, you want to try this. So I tried this. I took a big hit, it was a big old thing, and took a big hit. And I just sat back. And it was like a warmth. It was like,
Yeah.
it just came over me. It was like, I was like, ooh. And I just felt so damn good.
Yeah.
And I don't want to look like a loser, and I'm like, I do shit all the time. And I'm looking around like, what the hell is that? Yeah, I can tell you. Go, you want another one? And by the time the second one came around, I was like, no, but I want a pound of that, whatever it is. You know? So I was exposed to it. And I knew it worked. I didn't know how, but I knew that smell, that good stuff, not that Mexican gold, but that good Christmas tree smell, that shit worked. So every time I had no connections in Orlando, but I had young kids. They had, sorry about that. They had the good stuff, you know. So, but I was older, so I didn't know too many people. So that's where I got my good stuff. So my phone company came to an end because prices came down. Everybody's mother was getting a cell phone. The joke was over. So my brother, like I said, had worked in Yellow Pages. So he got me a job at Yellow Pages selling Yellow Pages. So I did that for a few years, and I just got tired of selling. I've been selling all my life, and you know, this was over. And about that time, John was going on the air. Morgan and Morgan. Well, actually, it was Morgan and Colleen. Some of you remember that. Then it was Morgan, Colleen, and Gilbert. And then in 2003, we bought Colleen and Gilbert out. Oh, okay. But 3 minutes, let me get this going. We bought them out, and anyway, we became the largest PI firm in the nation. Now I ran the call center. My dad had cancer, and he moved in with me. When I would roll a joint, he would say, what are you doing this for? I said, to eat. I got him smoking pot. He had 3 months to live. He lived 2 extra years.
Wow.
I called John up and said, I got daddy smoking pot. He goes, what? He lived 2 more years. Then I get another kick in the ass. In 2003, I feel a knot in my neck. Doctor says, you're fine. Bottom line is, I got cancer.
Good God.
I go to the doctor, I go, what's going to happen? They go, well, we're going to remove your jaw. We're going to remove your arm. And I'm like, what? I'm like, where's the cancer coming from? And they go, we don't know. But remember Vietnam? And I go, yeah. They go, remember the Cali carpet bomb? I go, yeah. We're going to carpet bomb. And I go, well, so you don't know where the cancer's coming from? No, but we're going to get it. And I'm like, all right. So I called a friend of mine who had the same type of cancer. And he goes, I go, Freddie, where'd you go? He said, I went to University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. So I get up there, you're going to be fine. All I have is basically this scar here, and you can tell a little bit gone right here where I took my neck out. And that's why I have to have water, because I've lost from the radiation, I've lost my saliva gland, so I don't, it's hard to swallow and eat.
Yep.
I lost 125 pounds.
God.
I couldn't eat for almost 8 months. You lose your taste buds.
Yeah.
I was too fit. You're literally, I don't know where the liquid came from, but you're literally throwing up all day long.
Oh.
If you ever had chemo or another my chemo is not therapy. It's poison.
Yeah.
What you're doing is poisoning the cell until it dies or you die. That's chemotherapy. That pot kept me going for I don't know how long. Took a year of my life. But I got back in the race, and when I was 50 years old, I had my first job. I was 50 years old. And then I get a call from John one night, and he goes, Tim, you've been saying this all your life, and I've been doing some research. He goes, I'm going to get this shit legal. I'm like, no, bro. You know? And I knew he was going to do it. We lost the first time, but we know we won. So we ran back again, and we got it. About that time, I meet Terrell. And at that time, I was on Percocets, I was on Vicodin, Valium, Sobers, everything to keep my legs quiet and throw me all over the place. I've been going for about 3 years now. I take no pen pills whatsoever. Wow. No pills at all. All I do is vape. But you gotta know what you're doing. And the doctors tell you, like for pain, it's CBD, not THC. You gotta know what to do. If you want to sleep, you gotta have that. So if you get a great doctor like this guy had probably buried 3 of my friends that were on cancer. He goes to their houses. He helps them out. And this is what you want to have at the doctor when you have my kind of problems. Somebody that's on your back. So finally, I'm just going bad. And just going down. I'm crashing. I can't keep up. And I started having what's called AD attacks. Autonomic dysreflexia. And basically, it jacks your blood pressure to 300. You break out to sweats. In the dictionary, if you read the cause of it, it says feeling of doom. You think you're going to die, and you're just sweating. This has not happened in 3 years since I've been on this stuff. When I feel it coming on, I just vape, lay back, it goes away. This is a no-brainer for me. I'm not running short here, but I just want to thank him for so much. But when my daughter turned 6, I started having another problem. I was just getting dizzy for no reason. And one day I was going to get her cupcakes for her birthday. She was 6. And I felt one coming on. So I pulled over. And I passed out. And I woke up. I was like, what the hell just happened? And I blew it off. It was in October. I blew it off. I didn't tell anybody. And it was in February. I was sitting in church. I thought it was a sermon, but I just passed out, went out of the chair. I didn't have any chance to blow it off. I was out. Come find out, my heart was only beating 40 beats a minute, 20 when I was sleeping. So in 2 days, I had a pacemaker for you.
I guess you did.
So now I got a pacemaker going on, 80 attacks. I'm just a mess. So John says, go to Mayo. I go to Mayo, Jacksonville, one of the best hospitals in the world. Great people. They said, look, your problem is this. You're 60 years old. You're quadriplegic. Most people aren't working your age. You just got to retire. I like that. So I went back to John, and after 27 years, he said, absolutely, buddy. He said, you've done your job. Thank you very much. Anything I do? Every day is Saturday for now.
Yeah.
Except for everybody calling me for speeches. But honestly, I'm going to say this. I wouldn't change my life with anyone. Being in a wheelchair. I got a great wife. I got a great child. I'm financially secure. I'm on the right path now where I know I'm going to live another 20 years. And they told me I was going to live 30. I just celebrated my 60th birthday last month.
Congratulations.
In closing, I'd like to say 2 things. People often ask, whatever happened to that little girl that was like, they found her. She was in her grandmother's room sleeping.
Oh my God.
The mother just got excited and didn't check the grandmother's room. And it panicked. So I often think, what if that little girl knows that story? Or what if other people remember what happened? And I got a phone call not too long ago. And it was from Ellen. She was the hotel manager at the time when I got hurt. And she said, you know, I just saw you on TV, and I've always thought about you. And I wonder how you turned out. And I can see you turn out really good. I said, I appreciate that. And I also think, why John? You know, he's seen my block. But why does John always keep fighting for this cause? And we get a lot of calls every day. And they're the same thing. But since we've been doing this, the medical marijuana, we get a lot more calls of how it's helping. And I want you to listen to this one phone call. We get hundreds of these. But I got this one just the other day, and it kind of says it all. Listen to it, I'll put on the feedback. I've never done it.
I live in Cape Cod, Florida. I'm 82 years old and I'm a retired police officer. And I wanted to call and thank John Morgan for his effort and his money to get marijuana legalized. It has been a lifesaver for me. I was thinking about committing suicide because of the pain in my back and other problems. And he is just a savior to me, and I appreciate it very, very much.
Woo! That's what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And I want to present this token of appreciation for you coming out today from the Florida Medical Cannabis. I'm just going to breeze through a couple of points. What I'll do, because I have two presentations tomorrow, I'm going to shift part of this presentation till tomorrow. But there's just a couple of teaching points. First, because I'm speaking on this topic, I have to disclose that marijuana is still Schedule 1 of the federal law, but it is available in most states as a medication, and the statements are not approved by the FDA. With some of my experience, I'll go a little bit more into that later. But what we're dealing with here really is this opioid epidemic, which if we take a look here, 1999, and we see the gradual increase. This is all drug overdoses, and this is opiate overdoses right here. And this is around the time that fentanyl became available, which is a potent, short-acting anesthetic or short-acting opiate that's in a patch form. So fentanyl's been around since the 1960s in IV formulations, but it became available in a patch. That patch is usually abused, it's cut into, and someone that's trying to use the medication will try to store it. So this is why these numbers are increasing. So about 25% of patients that are prescribed opiates with chronic pain misuse them. And this is a TV show where they focus on alternatives to opiates. This is in North Florida. And recently, in the news, Governor DeSantis is going to end the ban on smokable marijuana. And even here locally, it's really affected the community. This is Mayor Buddy Dyer talking about Project Opiate, which is focused on prevention of opioid use disorders and treatments. And so, the thing I want to highlight here, I know I just have a couple minutes, but I just want to show here the cause of this epidemic. So you can see, so this is any opiate. And you can see which of these curves most mimics that. So here we have just natural semi-synthetics. This is methadone. So it's contributed to some degree. And this is heroin, which in the early 1900s, the United States was dealing with a heroin and morphine addiction epidemic, and that's when the FDA was created in 1906. But this epidemic is very different because now we're dealing with opioid-related deaths, not just addiction. And it's because of the synthetic opiates. You can see the exponential increase here and here. And one more important teaching point is those states that have passed medical cannabis laws, they have had a reduction in mortality from opioid overdoses. And so here, these are the years after they have passed. And so in this timeline, 1999 to 2010. So where I trained at, which is in Vermont, Vermont falls in this category. And so after that first year, the reduction in opioid-related deaths was 20%. And then 2 years later, from this baseline time period, it was about 25%, hovered around 25 to 20%. And then it drops to about 33% lower on the opioid deaths at 5 years. I think I have another minute and a half to make another couple of more teaching points. And so my other teaching point is, what are we talking about here? So we want to make sure that when we talk about medical marijuana, we're referring to a physician certified patient, and the patient is getting the medicine from the medical marijuana treatment centers. Because this is regulated, it's pharmaceutical grade medication, so we know that what is actually in the patient's medicine. Most of the patients for chronic pain will also have PTSD, Crohn's, MS, chronic non-malignant pain. And then 2 more teaching points. This is my cousin, he plays for the Panthers. This is one of his shoulder injuries. He recently had his 2nd surgery. But pain is unpleasant sensory and emotional experience. This is one of the few medications that can treat the sensory and emotional experience at the same time. And so this is the mechanism for pain, and I'll cover this a little bit more tomorrow in the presentation. And these are some of the products, so please go out and visit the sponsors and the exhibitors to get an idea of how the medication is formulated. And then lastly, I'll end with this. A lot of this I'll squeeze into tomorrow's presentation, but in summary, medical marijuana is a very safe alternative to opiates, but you want to do it based on what's available in your state laws. You want to know the key features of the cannabis medication, and that's what your doctor will educate you on, the key features of the patient. So why is the patient seeking the medication? What are their goals? And in general, you want to work with increments of 10, or fractions of 10 if the patient is medically sensitive. And this is available in Florida, but we still need to work on taking it out of Schedule 1. And what we're giving is a recommendation, so we're not calling this a prescription because it's Schedule 1. So, Your Honor, I did not prescribe medical marijuana. Yes, I did recommend medical marijuana, which we need to change that to where it is available as a medication, covered under insurance, and there's access to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Terrell brought up legal definitions in the state of Florida. So for those of you who may not be aware, under Florida law, low THC, or what's commonly referred to as CBD medications that are purchased from a medical marijuana treatment center, are those products that have less than 0.8% of THC and over 10% of CBD. And under Florida law, the definition of medical cannabis is those products that contain 0.8% THC or higher. So there is a distinction under Florida law. Medical cannabis is defined as those products with 0.8% or more. Okay, so we are going to move on to our next speaker. Dr. Kelly King is also a recommending physician here in Florida. Her practice is Relief MD, and she's located out of the Brandon area. So Dr. Kelly King also sees patients, and we saw the list of prescribed qualifying conditions that Dr. Terrell reviewed very briefly. Along with that list, there's also a clause in the state of Florida that says, or other debilitating conditions of an equal kind or class as those enumerated in the petition, for which a physician believes the benefit of cannabis would outweigh the risk. So with the passage of Amendment 2, it took the decision-making out of our lawmakers' hands on who should qualify for cannabis, low THC, or medical, and put it back to where I believe it belongs, in the hands of the physician, in collaboration with the patient and their family. So Dr. King is going to come up and give us an overview of Cannabis 101.
Hello everyone, can you hear me okay? Yes.
Yes.
Good, well, welcome, welcome. How many of you are medical patients or want to be medical patients? How many of you are not yet medical patients? Okay, all right. So this is a talk that I do for my patients. patients that come into the clinic that are new or that are curious or whose families are curious. I think this is important as you begin your cannabis journey. So I named this the Beginner's Guide to Medical Marijuana. This goes through certification process, ordering processes, the registry, some important dates to be aware of with the registry. Even patients that are already on the registry, I see a lot of transfer patients, they still don't know. This is all a mystery. And the other problem is it keeps changing. So every time you think you get it, it changes. So I'll go through that, strains versus extracts, some of the best strains, terpenes, and certain resources. So the first thing you want to do is go to a certified physician. Do your research if you're looking for a physician. Many physicians who are newer to this may not be able to guide you in the way that you would like to. And I've heard, many physicians may have you follow up multiple times. May have you pay for each route of delivery. So anyway, do your research. They will enter you into the medical marijuana use registry. They will give you a 210-day certification. Every time you see the physician, you'll need to sign a consent form, and then the application needs to be approved through the state. Then you get your card. These are the qualifying conditions. Dr. Newton went over these conditions briefly prior to. I'm not going to belabor all of the other ones. The one that is a somewhat conundrum for patients as well as physicians is this medical conditions of the same kind or class as comparable to those enumerated. There's that one, and then there's the chronic non-malignant pain. Chronic non-malignant pain, as the amendment reads, is associated with one of the above conditions. It doesn't stand alone as chronic pain. If it's just chronic pain with arthritis, that's okay. It would need to go under the medical conditions of the same kind or class. Then what the physician will need to do is fill out documentation. So they put you in the registry, say if you have anxiety or depression. Then this is one of my forms that I fill out. So this is the state document. I think it's, I don't know even know the number, under section 381.986. So these are all the questions your physician has to fill out. And then put in the research that supports his or her position that you are qualified for medical cannabis. This then has to be attached to the registry at the time that you put it in. That is different from before when you could just send this document in and you had 14 days to do it. Now it has to be attached. Then your doctor should go through this form and then choose one of those conditions, and then choose a route. Route of deliveries are very important. This is where this is where I spend a lot of my time during an evaluation. Which route are you going to choose? If you choose a vape, vapes are good for immediate relief. Vapes can be very good if you have that day when your pain is a 15 out of 10. Although vapes don't last long. Vapes only last an hour and a half to 2 hours. So that's when you should have some sort of oral solution on board. And that could be a spray or capsule or what have you. And then a topical. So these are all the routes that now we are able to place for you. When we first began, we were only able to place 2 routes. Now we have several. And then we choose between low THC or high THC. And at first it was just the 1 and 2 routes. Now they've changed that. It's interesting to me that the low THC, and that's CBD, that's a high CBD product. Why we would have to have a separate category for a patient to get CBD is one of the logical mysteries to me about an email approval first. And the state will say, congratulations, you've gotten your card. That is really just the state doing checks and balances. These days, it's happening pretty quick. Initially, it was about 3 months. Now it's about a week and a half to 2 weeks. Once you get your card, go to the dispensaries. The dispensaries in Florida, this is another thing that you want to understand. So between the time that you see your doctor and the time that you get your card, or your approval, your email approval, I always recommend doing your research. Part of your research should be dispensaries. They're all online, your doc may have information, but all the dispensaries can be quite different depending on what you're looking for. In Florida, we have a vertical integration. That is seed to sale. So that means that they have to grow, produce, and cultivate and sell all under one roof. There are currently about 10 dispensaries. They can have very different products and very different pricing. Each of them have new patient discounts, there are veterans discounts, there are senior discounts. So again, do your homework about the dispensaries between the time you see your doctor and the time you get your approval. You can also try to visit and familiarize yourself as well with the dispensaries. So, and many of them will let you in. They will sit down with you. You can ask them, hey, my doc said this. What kind of products do you have that? Many of them will do that in a consultation room. You can't purchase, but you can do that. Here are some websites and resources. So once you do go to the dispensary, now you've gone to the dispensary, this is a time to get to know your cannabis. And this is a very basic slide. It's very basic cannabis stuff, sativas, indicas. What are you looking for? Many of my patients, I tell when they start at a low dose. And I know now it sounds like a cliche, right? Start low, go slow. But that is very, very important with cannabis because you want your endocannabinoid system to really get toned up. Especially if you're cannabis naive, you want to get this into your system and to really get in touch with what your symptoms really are. I get a lot of patients that say, I just feel horrible, just feel rotten. Don't know, my toe hurts, my back hurts, I don't know. And so they're taking a pill they're taking a pill twice a day and they're still feeling this way. But they haven't really honed in on when those symptoms are occurring, how often they occur. Are they worse in the morning? Are they worse at night? During the time that you start your cannabis, that's what you want to try and hone in on. That's a good time to start to be journaling. Write down what it is, what your goals are for this, and what the outcome is. Then after 3 to 5 days, if you have not had any relief from any symptom at all, increase by about 50%. And then find that sweet spot, okay? And then make sure, is it daytime? Are you taking a sativa? Are you taking an indica? Is this a hybrid? Is it a extract? Many dispensaries will extract sativa, extract indica, extract CBD, extract THC, and put those back together in a particular formulation. So, but these are the basics, and both of these are important depending. Everybody has seen this slide, I'm not going to belabor it, but this really tells you about the different cannabinoids. So again, one of the things I do with patients is go over basic terminology. You have cannabis, which are the basic, sativa, indica plants, then you have cannabinoids within that plant. These are the THC is a cannabinoid, CBD is a cannabinoid, THCA, CBG, CBN. All of those are various cannabinoids that can come together and help for particular conditions or disease processes. The dispensaries will extract THC and CBD. Some of them have CBN, which is a great cannabinoid for sleep. THCA. If we get flower, and I know that this is a hot button here, and we'll be discussing it. We'll be discussing it more this weekend. But THCA, that's where you get the raw flower. That's the acidic form of THC. And you need the raw flower to do that. So if you have cancer, if you have a great deal of inflammation, THCA would be a fabulous cannabinoid to be able to have access to. But you can only get it with the raw flower. That's the main way because it's non-activated. I'm sorry. Then the delivery systems. So what route of delivery are you going to choose? Are you going to choose a topical? Are you going to choose one of the oral routes with capsules or gel caps or tinctures or sprays? Are you going to choose a concentrate? That all depends on your condition. It all depends on, are you looking for acute relief? So there are some conditions like migraine headaches, for example. I find migraine headaches do great with a vape that is a little higher in THC for acute symptoms. Whereas if your problem is sleep, you don't really want to vape at night. I mean, well, you do, but you don't want to vape and then think you're going to get a full night's rest, because vapes only last 2 hours. So for insomnia, you may need a gel cap. So that's something that you want to map out with your physician when you sit down, and that's something that we do at our clinic is kind of map out which conditions you want. Try to maybe even hone in on one condition, and you will find that if the one condition that's really bothering you, again, this is time for you to really get in tune with what it is that's getting you. Why did you come to medical cannabis? That condition, if you find that you can get control of that condition, all the other conditions get better too. You get control of that anxiety, all of a sudden your stomach pain just got better. You get control of your sleep, all of a sudden your pain just got better. So, but this will really help you do this. This will help you control your pain instead of chasing it. This is just a terpenoid education slide. Again, terpenes are very important in just giving cannabis. Why one strain is better for you than another strain. Why Girl Scout cookies works for you all the time, and sour diesel is you just get too jittery on sour diesel. And many of the dispensaries now will have a terpene profile on their strains, and you can ask them. Even with the extracts, there should be some sort of discussion about the terpenes, and then if you find that this one strain that you liked had these particular terpenes, then when you go to another dispensary and they have a different kind of strain that you're not familiar with, but that strain may have a similar terpene profile. That again, this is how you can maintain consistency within your treatment plan. And all of that is the entourage effect. And so that's a very busy slide, but all of that is the entourage effect. My example and the way you remember that the strains do the entourage effect is by remembering the Jackson 5, right? The Jackson 5, you had, and I know you guys are old enough to remember Jackson 5. You had, Tito was great by himself, Jermaine was great by himself, Michael was fabulous, right? But when those kids came together, they played wonderful music. They were the Jackson 5, and that's what the entourage effect is. That's what the strains give you. It gives you the Jackson 5. Whereas your extracts, you got Jermaine and Tito, and they're playing together, right? And that's not bad either. So you just want to determine what you need. Journal is very, very important. Especially when you are starting out. Write down, what worked, what didn't work, what dosage you started at, and which dosage helped you on which days. You will find, I have my patients find their sweet spot, and then when you need to go above that sweet spot, or when you don't maybe need as much, you can go above or below. But if you find that sweet spot with some sort of oral formulation, because you want kind of a baseline, this is where my pain, or this is where my anxiety is always a 3, and I'm good like that. Then on those days where it's a little worse, then you know what to do to address that, and then you bring it back down to what that baseline was. All of that, you arrive at that point much quicker when you journal. And you don't have to do it every day, but it's a way to stay in tune. It's kind of like, it's kind of like weight loss, and they have you do a diet journal. It just helps you tune in to what's going on with you. And detoxing from marijuana, this is really, I hate it that when patients say, hey, I gotta go and get this drug test, and I'm just gonna stop my treatment plan. And I get it. I mean, sometimes you have to. Number one, pragmatically, you gotta work. But then you're gonna be starting all over again when you try to get back on it. Cannabis, though, is lipophilic. Cannabis especially if it's ingested. This is why weeks can go by. If you're a heavy user, it's going to come up in your urine. So to combat that or to counteract that, saunas, exercises, drinking plenty of fluids. You want to just flush out your system. So I don't know about detox drinks, but you can do it the old-fashioned way. Go to the gym and sweat. This is where we are, and if you have any questions, thank you very much for coming.
Does anybody have questions? Where you're located?
I'm sorry?
Can you go back to the slide of where you're located?
Oh, yeah. I was good at go.
There you are.
Oh, there. Oh, there you go. Sorry. 505 Pike and Hill. And that's Brandon, Florida.
Thank you.
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Is 50 milligrams the maximum amount of CBD you prescribe for patients?
No. I prescribe when I go in, I'll do 50 or 60 milligrams times up to 6 doses a day or 5 doses a day, and that's over a 70-day period. I don't want patients to have to stress when they go to the dispensary about how much. I call it their bank, and that's what they will have for that 70-day period. And then when you go to the dispensary, it's like you go shopping. You get this, you purchase this, and you may purchase 800 milligrams or so, and then they just subtract it from that bank. I like patients to be able to find what works for them.
What's the red flag amount from the state if you're prescribing for a patient? Is there a maximum?
There's really not yet. They haven't. They've talked about it, but there's really not yet. I mean, when you look at what is a lethal dose, so if we're prescribing medications, for example, the FDA and I can give you Percocet, that part of those clinical trials were to determine what dose kills you. That's the lethal dose. You don't have that dose with cannabis, so it's hard to determine what dose is too much. Okay, thank you.
So the Department of Health Office of Medical Marijuana Use is currently formulating the rules. They've been holding rulemaking workshops on all kinds of subjects, ranging from edibles to medical marijuana treatment center licenses. One of the rulemaking workshops was on dosing levels. So there are currently some recommendations being batted around. It is one of the requirements under state statute that those upper levels be predetermined. We just have not gotten there yet. I have attended the rulemaking workshops through the DOH, and one of the things that we've been pushing for, they wanted to limit the upper levels of THC, because again, that's the compound that everyone seems to be very concerned about, because it produces euphoria. Interestingly enough, the dictionary definition of euphoria is a state of well-being. So why our lawmakers have an issue with patients reaching a state of well-being is beyond me. But one of the things that we've been pushing for is to have those levels be at the higher dosing levels in the range of, 1,000 to 1,500 milligrams per day. Now, some people are saying, oh my goodness, that's a lot. But we need to keep in mind when we're setting dosing levels, we need to take the sickest of the sick into consideration. So we already know anecdotally that high THC concentrated extract oils to the levels of 1,000 milligrams a day can sometimes be needed for cancer patients. So we don't want to be setting daily maximum limits that are below the threshold that our sickest of the sick need. The other thing that Dr. King touched upon that we really advocate at legislative level is patient protections. Because people are finding that cannabis is helping them not only manage their symptoms, but treat their diseases. And so when you find something that helps, you don't want to have to stop it because you have to get a job, or because you're afraid that your job is going to drug test you. So one of the things that we're pushing for is patient protections, like under the Americans for Disability Act, where patients can provide their employers with their prescription, and if they test positive for those prescription drugs, it's still the employer's discretion, but there are some protections put in place. We don't see that with medical cannabis, and if it's going to be an approved medical treatment, then we need to stop discriminating against patients who choose a more natural alternative over more dangerous drugs. So our next speaker is Stephanie Cronin. Stephanie is the Regional Physician Outreach Manager with Curaleaf. Curaleaf is one of Florida's 14 approved licensed medical marijuana treatment centers, also known as dispensing organizations or wellness centers. And Stephanie is going to talk to us today about the role of, the role of the dispensary. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me here to speak. I thought I was going to be on a panel, and then found out on my way down here that I was going to be presenting. So therefore, we have no slides. So we'll just have a conversation and make it, instead of talking to you, I'd rather talk with you. So my name is Stephanie, and I am the Regional Manager for Curaleaf. We are one of the medical marijuana treatment centers or dispensaries. We were one of the original 5 that were granted licenses. We grow down in Miami, and we're also expanding our grow. I came on board, I actually came from the pharmaceutical industry, and I decided that I had enough of that and I wanted to do something where I felt I was helping more people. And I was a huge proponent of this and always into more holistic medicine, and decided this was the perfect avenue for me. So what do we do at the dispensary? We do many different things. So I personally don't work directly at the dispensary. Our role is to educate and advocate. I think that one of the biggest missing links in all here is the advocacy for patients. The rules are not as friendly, especially for elderly patients or disabled patients. Don't have the ability to go to certain places and do certain things. And I think they need more advocacy. And as well, doctors also need education. This is a whole new world that everybody's learning how to navigate. And believe it or not, the majority of all the doctors out there have never learned about the endocannabinoid system. They didn't learn about it in medical school. Only the real young ones, who probably could be my child, they're really the only ones now that are actually learning about the endocannabinoid system. So although they believe in this and they want to be able to offer it to their patients, they don't know as much about it as well. So, and not only about the medication itself, but how the whole system works, because it's very different than usual. As a patient, you have to see a doctor who's certified to order medical marijuana. What that doctor entails is the doctor has to take a 2-hour course. They have to be an MD or a DO. Because it's not, insurance does not accept this, you do not have to see your primary physician. You do not have to get a referral or anything like that. You just have to find a doctor that is certified. Dispensaries can help you find doctors like that. We work with all of them. We know the ones that we think have more knowledge than others, and we will try and help find the best person for you, so you can always come to us to help you find that physician. When you get a prescription for regular pharmaceuticals, you're used to leaving the doctor's office with a piece of paper that gives you a prescription, or they send it directly to the pharmacy. Here, once you have seen a doctor who's certified, they have decided that you qualify to be a medical marijuana patient. They then register you on the medical marijuana use registry. That is, you are now that doctor's patient. You're only allowed to be registered to one physician at a time. I think they did that probably because with the opioid crisis, people were doctor shopping. So this way, if you're only registered to one doctor, that's the only doctor that can put the order in for you. If you are not happy with that doctor or you move, you need to be released from that doctor's care so another doctor can pick you up. Once they register you in the registry, you then will receive an email from the Department of Health with a temporary username and password, where you yourself will go on the medical marijuana use registry, complete your application. Once, that will also cost you $75. I just want you guys to know the whole process. Once you're approved, it's taking about 2 weeks now, it's gotten a lot quicker, you're now eligible for medical marijuana. What the doctor will then do is put an order into this registry. The reason why it's done this way is because it gives you the flexibility to go to any dispensary you want. Okay, so you can choose where you want to go. All of us, all the dispensaries, can pull up your order or recommendation. Because it is not federally legal or covered by insurance, we are not allowed to call it a prescription. So we call it a recommendation. You can go into any dispensary you want. You can fill that recommendation. As Dr. King mentioned, we do also call it a bank of milligrams, so you know you have 70 days to use this bank of milligrams. When you're new, we recommend that you just get a little at a time, because the last thing we want you to do is go out and spend all this money because you're going to get 70 days of medication and find out some of it works better than others for you individually, and now you're stuck with it. So I'd rather see you more often and get a little at a time and not throw money away. Sure. So just real quickly, so the doctor's going to place these orders in for you. They have 2 categories. One is low THC, which is your predominantly CBD products, but they do have THC in it, over 0.3%, which makes it medical. And then you have a medical, which is all your higher THC. They then will put your routes in there, whether it's a inhalation route or an oral route, which could be capsules or oil, a topical route. They also have a route for suppositories as well. And you will have your milligrams for each route that the doctor puts in there. And then we at the dispensary, we pride ourselves on our education. We want you to come in there where you're part of our family. We want to help make you well. So we will help educate you on all the products, what the doctor ordered, going by what their recommendation is, what might be the best product, how to use it, when to use it. So when you go home, you feel very secure and comfortable. We'll also do consultations. You can come in and say, I just have questions. I don't know what to do with this. So we're here as a secondary source besides your physician to really help you navigate and understand this new world that we're getting to know. Questions. Again, I want to talk with you guys. Does anyone have any questions? Yes?
Do you often work with physicians physicians to teach them, so as they're initially sitting with their patients, they're a bit more comfortable telling the patient what to expect when they see you, perhaps, and
Yes.
what's available?
What's the question?
Yes, so the question is, do we work directly with physicians and when they are seeing patients, correct, to help them, to ease the process? And yes, we absolutely do. I've spent days on end at doctor's office with them side by side with patients who've allowed us, because of HIPAA, that have allowed us, to help the doctor navigate how to put an order in, how to register a patient, to explain the different products, the different routes, so they get to know us just like we get to know them and make it more efficient for them and their doctors. A lot of times what we'll do is we'll come in, we'll set up a table, have samples. None of them have any medicine in them, unfortunately. So, as a pharmaceutical rep, I had all the samples I didn't want. Now I have none of the samples I want. So we set up a table so we can, while they're waiting for the doctor, it's twofold. They wait for the doctor, but they get a full education on product, process, and any questions that they have. So yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes.
Did you say the physician has to wait until the application is approved before they can put the order?
Okay. The question is, does the physician have to wait for the application approved to put the order in? No. They can put the order in the day that they register you, but the patient cannot have access to that order until they have been approved by the state.
And I'm careful about doing that just because your days start to tick down as soon as you put that order in, or as soon as you put that 210-day certificate in. If you haven't been approved by the state and it takes 2 weeks, then we can't take that. We'd have to cancel the it's just harder, and you're losing your days.
Especially at the beginning when it was taking 4, 6, 8 weeks for people to be approved. By the time they were approved, their orders have expired, and now they've already lost one. Yes.
Can the doctor delay placing that order?
Yes. So the doctor has 2 weeks. They can wait. Some doctors will they'll tell their patient, when you get approved, call me. You can also schedule it out. So if I see you today, I can say your order starts on March 5th. And then it'll start March 5th and then go 70 days out.
Yeah, it's just when if it starts on the 5th or the 6th, or if it starts sooner, because that would be just the time that the state says, oh, you're approved, and now you're waiting until the 5th.
Exactly.
Before the order. But that's what I do. I'll have the patients just call the office.
Yeah, because if they do it too far out and then they get approved, now they have to wait a few extra days until they can get their order. So yes. You can also put in, some doctors, I don't know how, but they put in the 370-day orders at the beginning, right? So then really, unless you need adjustments, you don't need to actually, by law, you do have to see the doctor every 210 days, which is your new renewal for your certification. Not your card, but your certification. So at that 210-day mark, you have to go back to see the physician so they can recertify that you still qualify for medical marijuana.
Will you still qualify if you're all cured up?
If it depends what the doctor's diagnosis is. Most of the patients are not cured up. Most of the patients are going to be on this. Would be wonderful if they were, because that would be the best of everything if they were cured and didn't need anything ever again. That doesn't usually happen, unfortunately.
And now they're off all their medications, other than their cannabis, and
so they actually need it more because they've gotten off opioids and benzos.
Because your point is me. I'm not taking any more of those prescription pills. I'm off of a handful of them, nearly 65, only doing cannabis. Feel like $1 million bucks.
Fantastic.
But is he going to take it away from me now that I feel like $1 million bucks?
No, because then that's a really bad doctor.
Yeah.
And then you have to go see Dr. King.
So, I saw another hand back there. I want to get to you before we move on to the next.
Yeah, I feel like there can be some irony, kind of in the sense of like going to the dentist or the pad heat. If you go to the doctor, who hasn't necessarily been the patient or tried for themselves. As the patient, I feel like you gotta take everything with a grain of salt. But in the medical community, how do you make up for that lack of perspective and personal experience when you're teaching doctors?
How do you make up for that lack of personal experience they've had? Well, don't forget with most of the pharmaceuticals, they haven't been on those either. So I think it's listening to your patients, right? As patients, especially with medical cannabis, you have to be your own advocate. You have to be your best doctor. You have to really listen to your body. And as Dr. King said, I think journaling is the best way to do that because we forget. I forget what I took this morning. So journaling it and looking back to keep the notes of how you felt, what you took. So you really have to be your best advocate and then relay that to your physician because your physician won't know how you're going to feel because we're all going to feel different. So you have to let them know how you feel so they can better judge it and then hopefully take that knowledge that you've now given them and hopefully help the next person who's going to come to them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So along with that commentary, I also wanted to add that under Florida law, if a patient is a minor under the age of 18 or requires assistance with administering their medication, they need to designate a caregiver. The caregiver also needs to apply for their card through the Office of Medical Marijuana Use, and the caregiver card also costs $75. Under Florida law, only a patient or a caregiver can be in possession of their medication at any given time, and officially, only a caregiver can administer the medication to a patient. So I'm an independent contractor providing psychotherapy services in our assisted living facilities here in Florida. I see many, many memory care disorder patients that I believe could benefit from the use of cannabinoid care because we know that cannabis promotes neurogenesis, and Alzheimer's, dementia are neurodegenerative diseases. So under current law, the sickest of the sick, the most vulnerable, our voiceless patients who truly cannot voice what they need, do not have safe and legal access. One of the other missions I'm on, so through the day you will learn that I'm on a lot of missions in the state of Florida, is to expand the caregiver definition under Florida law. My hope would be to implement an institutional caregiver definition where we can make a facility the caregiver. Because if the facility is the designated caregiver, then the staff in that facility would be able to administer the meds to those patients who can't administer on their own. We have a little bit of traction. Senator Brandes, I've opened the conversation with him to allow for caregivers to be facility staff. That much they're open to at least talking about right now. I've not approached the institutional caregiver conversation yet because I've learned that we need to take little baby steps when we're moving this cannabis conversation forward. I think we had a question.
Do you have an opinion on the future of the $75 card fee, annual fee?
So we have a bill that has currently been introduced by Senator Gary Farmer. He is requesting that veterans not be charged any fee for their card. We are looking to have that expanded a little bit further to include all those who, I'm a social worker, so all those who receive additional, like SNAP.
Assistance program?
Yeah, those under assistance programs. So if you're receiving food stamps, or if you're on Social Security disability, you know, we know that you already need assistance. So to add a $75 fee is really cost prohibitive for a lot of folks that have financial difficulties. So Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith on the House side, he is going to, or maybe he already has, I lost track, introduce legislation that makes the caregiver card valid for 5 years. So I do think that we will see changes. I just don't know if we will see those this session. I do want to let everybody know that it is an option for you all to see a medical cannabis physician if you're interested in a potential certification while you're here at the conference. Dr. King and Dr. Kevin Encarnacion are providing visits to interested people, and you can sign up at the registration desk for those. So our next speaker today is Dr. William Duffy Trout. Dr. Trout is the Director of Medical Education for Harvest. Harvest is another one of Florida's licensed medical marijuana treatment centers. And Dr. Trout is going to speak on a subject that is very near and dear to my heart, and that is cannabis and the senior adult. So, Dr. Trout.
For having me and coming out today. So one thing for sure is that I prepared way too many slides for the amount of time that I have today. I'm very passionate about this subject, and I just love to share. So they'll probably be yanking me off the stage here with one of those hooks, but let's see how we do. History. I'm sure somebody else is going to be talking about history, but I cannot do a presentation without at least giving it lip service. This country was founded on the resources from this plant, and you cannot understand what's taking place with cannabis today without understanding the history of this plant, and hopefully someone will cover that very well at this conference. But I'm here today to talk about the concerns of older adults and the use of cannabis for that. 80% of older adults have at least one chronic disease, and 77% have at least two. The main chronic diseases that these individuals are dealing with are heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and cancer. And these are the most common and the most costly, accounting for about 2/3 of deaths each year. Other significant concerns are mental health, cognitive health, physical health, and falls are all challenges to the overall quality of life. And I do think that cannabis is one of the individuals that use cannabis, these older adults are some of the groups that have the greatest potential to benefit from cannabis. Now, the first thing, if you want to try to help somebody get rid of those Cheech and Chong stereotypes that we have about the use of cannabis, one of the best things to do is sit into a dispensary for a couple hours and see who are coming into this dispensary. These are our parents, these are our grandmothers, these are our doctors and lawyers in the community, these are our teachers. These are the people from the community that these dispensaries are serving. And the greatest population, or growing population of people using cannabis are our aging adults and seniors. I do regular new patient orientations at the dispensaries that I serve, and about 75 to 80% of all the individuals that come to these new patient orientations are our seniors. And again, they have a wonderful ability to benefit from this medicine. One of the greatest reasons they have such a ability to benefit from it is the toxicity issues that go with cannabis. Cannabis has very little toxicity concerns and great safety profile for that. Many of these individuals dealing with chronic diseases are on a lot of medications that compromise the organs, such as the liver and the kidneys. And again, that is the thing that is so special about cannabis is it's very rare to have a medicine that is as powerful as cannabis is, but to have such few toxicity concerns. Again, we know almost no potential for lethal overdose with cannabis. And again, as far as that safety profile for their system at large is incredible. Now, I do hear some people say that you don't have to worry about cannabis. No one's ever died from it. Take however much you want. You don't need to go to the hospital. Ooh, that stuff scares me. What if someone's having a heart attack or a stroke or some other medical condition that especially many of these people with chronic illness deal with? So the main thing that we educate our staff on is if anybody's reporting any chest pain, any vomiting, going unconscious, those things, call emergency health services immediately for precaution, right? Let's not throw all our common sense out the window just because this medicine is so safe from a toxicity perspective. And then the main concern that our aging adults or seniors need to get used to with cannabis is those psychoactive side effects and how they tolerate those. Again, some people tolerate them very well, some people do not, and that has big implications on the types of medicine they use and the benefits that they can get from it. The cannabinoids, so obviously that's the big thing that they need to get their head around. And THC and CBD are those main cannabinoids that we talk about. I kind of think of them as the bookends of the cannabinoids, the yin and yang of each other as well, in a sense. And just generally, I think of psychoactive dosing of THC more for symptoms people are having right here and right now that they're looking to get some relief from, just kind of take that edge off of. And I think of microdosing of THC and the dosing of these other non-euphoric cannabinoids more for nutritional supplementation, something that people do on a daily basis for those anti-inflammatory effects, antioxidant effects, neuroprotection, cardiovascular protection, many of those things we're seeing in the preclinical studies. And when we're talking about nutrition, you have to talk about the cannabinoid acids. So when these cannabinoids form in the fresh green plant, they've got an acid group attached to it, which makes that THC, which is actually THCA in the fresh plant, non-psychoactive. And people can use much larger amounts of it to get greater amounts of those anti-inflammatory, antioxidant effects. People that are using this plant medicine just for that psychoactive relief of symptoms are probably only getting a fraction of the anti-inflammatory potential out of this medicine. And that's why we have many patients that choose to use it in that raw form, juicing it, or again, eating the flower in that raw form. Instantly, though, the flower on the shelf has been cured, and small amounts of that THC does activate in that drying and curing process. So you do have to be a little careful and test those types of products for the psychoactive potency when you're using it in that manner. And then nutrition. You can't talk about nutrition without talking about the cannabis seed. It gets left out of it. It does not contain any of the cannabinoids, and that's why you can buy the seed and seed products at different health food stores and grocery stores. But wonderful for a nutrition aspect. Has all the essential amino acids that we need to sustain life, is loaded with those essential fatty acids that are very anti-inflammatory and support the nervous system, and a great fiber source. We Americans are very deficient on fiber. We naturopathic doctors believe that much of chronic illness starts in the GI tract because of our inflammatory American diets and deficient on fiber. And then we get what we call this leaky gut syndrome, where you start losing stuff across that GI tract that you shouldn't be bringing into the body. Your body says foreign amounts of immune response throughout the system. Next thing you know, you got inflammation throughout the entire cardiovascular system and all the autoimmune concerns that come along with it. So I can't say enough about nutrition. And that's another thing about cannabis, is that as much as you read on the internet, it is not a magic bullet. It does not fix everything. But it's a great tool in the toolbox, and it works so much better when you do it along with those other lifestyle changes. I don't know that I said it when I had that first slide up, but most of those chronic illnesses that individuals are dealing with, most of those are preventable through lifestyle type changes. And again, that's why I became a naturopathic physician or started studying naturopathic medicine. Was I wanted to help my patients focus on and treat the cause of disease rather than just chasing symptoms and treating symptoms. The endocannabinoid system. You can't understand how special this medicine is until you look at this endocannabinoid system and how it's working inside our body. And again, hopefully someone's going to cover this really well at this conference, but we now know that it's this system inside our body, found in the cannabis plant, that helps keep us in balance. It's probably one of the main homeostatic systems that our body has to help with those changes that we're coming in contact with, especially within the nervous system and the immune system. And again, many of those chronic illnesses people are dealing with are imbalances and inflammation between that nervous system and immune system. Quite special. And those of you who are interested in these non-psychoactive or non-euphoric cannabinoids and how it works with the endocannabinoid system, this is a great journal article right here. Great place to start. And this is a nice famous pie chart that comes from this journal article. It just really helps you get a sense of how much that these cannabinoids can do in the different parts of our system that they can work on. And real quickly, let's just look at CBD and all the different things that it preclinically has been shown to do within the system. Oops, wrong button there. I'm looking for my pointer. Reduce anxiety, antipsychotic, help balance the electrical activity in the nervous system, neuroprotective, relax the vascular system, antispasmodic, anti-ischemic, so help get blood flow to those places that need it, has anti-cancer properties, reduces vomiting and nausea, antibacterial, anti-diabetic, anti-psoriatic, reduces hyperactivity of the GI tract, so diarrhea and other things like that that go with Crohn's. Analgesic, helps with pain, stimulates bone growth as well, anti-inflammatory. It's incredible. All the different systems that this endocannabinoid system and these cannabinoids can cover. Oh, let's go back. Sure, you betcha. Non-psychotropic plant cannabinoids, new therapeutic opportunities from an ancient herb.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, heart disease, #1 cause of death in the United States. And much of that is due to nutritional imbalances that lead to diabetes and other things like that. This is a journal that came out, 2009 American Heart Association published. Cannabidiol attenuates myocardial dysfunction, so heart dysfunction, fibrosis or scar tissue inside the cardiovascular system, inflammation, cell death, and interrelated signal pathways associated with diabetic cardiomyopathy. This brings up a story of this one gentleman that I was treating very early on when I started with the medical cannabis laws passed in Arizona in 2010. I've seen many patients that are very similar to him, but his story was so profound. He comes in and he's starting to push 70 years old, and walked in and you could tell he was in a lot of pain, just had that kind of defeated look in his eye. And he started telling us that he used to be very active, and somewhere around, he used to get out and fish and do all those types of things. Somewhere in his early 50s, he injured his back. And he went through the conventional mechanisms for treating that, the anti-inflammatories, the opiate pain medicines. Next it was surgery, never really got on top of the back pain and the dysfunction that he was dealing with. So then he's not getting out and fishing and doing those things that he loves anymore. Next thing you know, he's putting on quite a bit of weight. Then he's on to a blood sugar medicine, a cholesterol medicine. Next thing you know, he's on one blood pressure medicine, then a second blood pressure medicine. And he finds his way to us to get this certification for cannabis where he wants to try it. And he tells us that, I've always been against cannabis because of all the legal stuff associated with it, but I'm kind of at the end of my rope here, and I'm kind of feeling like giving up. There's no other option for me. And somebody recommended this cannabis stuff, so I figured, hey, I'll give it a try, right? What do I got to lose? So he received his recommendation for cannabis, and then we didn't see him for a year, because in Arizona you have to renew that card every year. So he comes back a year later, and I almost didn't recognize this gentleman when he walked in the door. He just had a different look in his eye. He'd shed 50 pounds, and you could tell he just couldn't wait to tell his story about what had happened to him. So he started off with the medical cannabis, and it took him a little bit to find out what worked for him. But the next thing you know, his back was starting to feel a little better. So then he had a little more energy. He started getting out, he was fishing again, and doing things that he hadn't done in years. The weight started coming off while that was happening. So he follows up with his primary care regularly. The blood sugar's coming back in line, so they get him off the blood sugar medicine. Then he's off the cholesterol medication. Next thing you know, one of those blood pressure medicines are gone. And he comes back in and he tells us after all those medications, he's down to one blood pressure medication that's been reduced significantly. Wow. Now, was this cannabis that did all of this for him? I mean, yeah, we see the preclinical studies that suggest it has the ability to lower blood pressure, help with blood sugars and those types of things. But the truth of the matter was, his big changes were due to this shift in his lifestyle that took place. And I really try to emphasize that when I'm working with patients, is that yes, cannabis is a great tool in the toolbox, but if you can use it to help you shift these other lifestyle concerns around that are really adding to these health concerns you're dealing with, it can be so profound. Yeah, absolutely. And again, I can't tell you how many patients in the last 9 years now that I've been working in the industry, how often I hear those types of stories. At first I was surprised and just so impressed. Now I expect it. Yeah. So, cancer, second leading cause of death in the United States. The main reason most patients use cannabis when they're dealing with cancer is to help palliate symptoms, help them feel better, help with the nausea and vomiting that goes with chemotherapy. So profound. Help with pain, help stimulate appetite, help with sleep. But the truth is that we've known that cannabis kills cancer cells in a petri dish since the 70s. I almost hate to say that. And we have a lot of new studies coming out of these other countries showing that these cannabinoids absolutely have anti-cancer properties associated with them. Now we have to be very careful with that conversation with our patients though, because we have no human studies at this point that shows that cannabis cures cancer. And the last thing you want to do is give patients any false hope that they're going to go out and cure their cancer with cannabis. Now, if you're going to use it to help palliate symptoms, yeah, why not use something that you know has anti-cancer properties to it? And at this point, that is not in question. These cannabinoids absolutely have anti-cancer properties. In fact, the research is headed to, may this cannabis stuff be a good treatment for cancer or an adjunct treatment for cancer? And again, this is a study that done by GW Pharmaceuticals that came out in the last couple of years with glioblastoma. And small study, but half the patients received chemotherapy, half the patients received chemotherapy and cannabis, THC and CBD together, and the ones receiving cannabis were living longer. And that is where the studies are headed. Neurodegenerative disorders. So yeah, the studies are suggesting that these cannabinoids are very good at reducing inflammation in the nervous system and potentially protecting those brain cells. So we're seeing a lot of patients with these neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, ALS, multiple sclerosis, that are gravitating to cannabis in the hopes that, again, it will reduce that inflammation and potentially slow the progression of these types of disease processes. And this one was really exciting, the Journal of Neuroscience 2005, Prevention of Alzheimer's Disease Pathology by Cannabinoids. Neuroprotection mediated by blockage of microglial activation. So the immune system, getting that immune system back into check, or the inflammation that's associated with this. And what we're seeing is in these preclinical studies that even small amounts of cannabis drastically reduce the hallmark signs of Alzheimer's disease, like the plaques and the tangles that are associated with those brain cells that are kind of going funky. And it might be, we have to do a lot of human research to really tease this out, but it might be that regular cannabis users have a significant less potential of getting Alzheimer's disease and these other types of neurodegenerative conditions. In fact, we're seeing a lot of these in-home care facilities now wanting to bring cannabis in. And we had this one in-home care facility that came to us and was looking to bring cannabis in for this one patient specifically that was dealing with Alzheimer's disease, that was having a lot of mental, emotional agitation going with the condition. And so they came in and we educated them about the products and the best way to get the benefit from it. And about 2 weeks later, I got an email back from the head of the Assisted Living Foundation there. And she was so impressed, and she couldn't say enough about how thankful she was. But what she said was, this is the first time that we've been able to bathe this patient without coming out with bruises and scratches all over ourselves. And the other thing that she was so impressed by was that it wasn't just leaving this individual a medicated zombie in the corner with no quality of life, which is, I hate to say what they do with many of those individuals just so they can manage them. It was still leaving him alert and, again, having a quality of life. And they were so impressed by it and starting to bring it in with the rest of the individuals within their facility with very, very good results. The endocannabinoid system has an emotional buffer and the modulation of memory function. So many of the individuals that are dealing with these chronic diseases have a lot of mental concerns that are coming along with it. A lot of anxiety, a lot of depression comes with these chronic conditions. And many of our seniors are dealing with depression and suicidality because of that. And the ability of cannabis just to help isolate type of products, and then your full spectrum products, but now if it's called a hemp extract, it probably has less than that 0.3% THC in it. And then we have other tinctures that have more THC in it. So this is like this is like a 20-to-1 right there, CBD to THC. This is a 1-to-1 CBD THC, and this is a THC dominant product. So those three categories that I was discussing are represented in these tinctures here. Herbal capsules, we're seeing a lot more capsules, again, very standardized type of dosing. Oil capsules, I'm starting to see these true gel caps coming to the market. And these are going to be a game changer in all the different specific dosing, especially for our seniors that have trouble with the droppers and 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, or a caregiver that is trying to help someone with their dosing. You can get that little pill box out, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday thing, and really get very specific with the dosing of these cannabis meds. Topicals. I've got people that love these topical medications. Right where you put it, joint pain, muscle pain. And the reason they like it so much is that they don't have to worry about the systemic effects that go along with it. So great for arthritis, but they feel like they can still drive, work, or get out and socialize. Don't have to worry about those psychoactive concerns with these topical type products. And many of them have other botanicals mixed in for more of a synergistic effect. Like this one right over here has the camphor in it, or that icy hot stuff, so really good for muscle spasms and muscle pain, where others may be more indicated for just, again, regular joint pain or neuropathic pain. Transdermal patches are getting quite popular. Many of our patients say that they are very mild, but you can leave them on for like 12 to 96 hours, some of them, so a very mild, extended release that they get from these types of products. They do have an adhesive on them though, and I have had many reports of people getting eczema and rashes that they're real sensitive to those types of adhesives, so you do have to take that into account. And again, I know that some of these are branded products. I've got no association with these products. I'm not endorsing any of these products. They're just popular ones that I'm seeing in the dispensaries, and I wanted to show you guys some examples of them. The edibles, there is a place for these edible products, but many of them have a lot of sugar in it, which is very inflammatory. Mainly this medicine works in many cases by reducing inflammation. Why do you want to take something that causes inflammation alongside the product you're trying to use to reduce it? Especially with people dealing with chronic illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, cancer, where sugar exacerbates it significantly, right? So you have to read the nutritional information on these edible products to, again, find out what you're getting. And again, some of these additives can definitely change the nuance of that psychoactive effect of it. I think sugar definitely changes the nuance of that psychoactive effect to people who are quite sensitive to it. I had this one lady, she said, I'm using this product to help me sleep, it's just not making me tired at all. And I was like, well, what product are you using? She said, that tea product over there. Like, oh, that tea product with all the caffeine in it? A little light went on for her, right? So again, that's a big part of being at the dispensary, is helping them understand the potency of these products and the other additives. And that's another thing about these edibles, is there's a lot of variability in the potency of these products, so you definitely have to be careful with them in that sense as well. Drug interactions, this is a big question that I get from many seniors. You know what, let me back up for a second. One thing I didn't talk about earlier, we were talking about sleep, not specifically about the edibles, but with sleep. Many people that want to use this for sleep, you have to understand the biphasic nature of cannabis. And that means a couple things. One thing is different doses provide totally opposite effects. Small doses, nice sense of well-being, calmness, happiness. Large doses of that THC stuff, racing heart, anxiety, paranoia, right? And the other thing is that when that psychoactive effect kicks in, it's actually a little stimulating. It can speed up that mental energy a little bit, speed up that heart rate a little bit, and people may not be ready to go to sleep until it starts wearing off, and that's where it gets nice and sedative. I had this one lady, she's real cute, she was in her 80s, she said, Dr. Trout, someone tells me this stuff helps you sleep. I smoked a joint and then laid in bed and stared at the ceiling for 2 hours. This stuff does not help you sleep, she said. She was describing the stimulative phase of the medicine. As it started to wear off, she probably slept like a baby, but again, that's an important thing to understand. So people that want to use it specifically for sleep, I typically educate them to start their test dosing a few hours before bed so they know how it affects them as an individual. That might be coming soon. Conservative dosing strategies, again, dosing is so important about the type of benefit. The worst thing that could happen is one of those new patients coming into the dispensary gets too much in their system the first time out, has that bad experience and thinks, oh no, I can't do that cannabis stuff, it's not for me. It could have been a life-changing medicine had they found it in the appropriate dose. And if somebody scares himself with this medicine the first time out, it is hard to get back on that horse because, again, it is a mind-body medicine and what you believe can affect that outcome. So those conservative dosing strategies are very, very important. And I did skip over yes, drug interactions. One of the main questions that we get from these seniors, because many of them are on so much polypharmacy due to their chronic condition, is how does it interact with my other medications? These cannabinoids are metabolized in our liver, the same place we metabolize other medications. Theoretically, it can cause some medications to clear too quickly or to stay in the system and build up and potentially become toxic. But it's very rare that we see that, and it's probably because people use cannabis in such a small amount due to the psychoactive effects that we typically don't see that. This is usually more with the CBD and people dosing it at very, very large amounts, like up past that 10 milligrams per kilogram body weight. I will see those other medications raising in their system. Again, since we monitor it, not a big deal. We can readjust those medications. So the take-home message of that is if someone's on a long list of medications, they start using cannabis and the wheels start falling off, get back to that physician and have them test those meds and make sure they're still within that therapeutic window. But like I said, it's quite rare that we see that clinically. Usually this is our kids on about 5 or 6 different seizure meds and start dosing that CBD at like 10 to 20 milligrams per kilogram body weight where we see that. We talked about that. Cannabis journal, again, the best way for people to keep track of how they're using those meds and the benefits from it. And again, this is a new thing for many of these people about taking control of their healthcare, getting involved in that healthcare process. And one of the things I see about cannabis is that it has such a powerful effect to just kind of shake people up a little bit and get them to start changing those lifestyle issues that have led to a lot of these chronic illnesses. And again, I can't say enough, and I do use cannabis as a tool to help educate people about those lifestyle type of concerns and to use it as a tool for that. The one thing I didn't talk about was the physical stuff, the falls and those kinds of concerns. And cannabis has been known throughout cultures going back thousands of years to really get people to tune into their balance and posture, right? Those yogic practices and other things like that. So that's another thing that I really try to get patients when they start using the cannabis to start tuning into your postural awareness that causes a lot of those musculoskeletal injuries and getting that physical exercise. Balance is so important as we age. It's something that people just take for granted, and it is something that you need to practice and exercise. It will add decades onto individuals' lives as far as being functional and happy. And that's another little example of that journal. This is a great picture of some sun-grown cannabis. I know it's not a wonderful picture, but this is the first time I saw legal outdoor cannabis growing. And I got so excited. Yeah. Bring it out into the sunlight. Love it. And affiliations, I am the medical director of medical education for Harvest Dispensary, and do have financial interest in dispensaries. Thank you so much for having me out today.
Oh, thank you.
Access to medical cannabis, Jose Belen, Florida Mission Zero, Jamie Renee Cruz, she's founder of Cruz Canna Crew, Robert Roundtree, Marijuana Solutions, and FloridaMarijuana.net, Jeff DeMond, our grateful veteran, and I am Dr. Kelly King. We are all veterans, we've all served, and I know many of you in the audience have as well. So today, what we're going to do is just talk about some issues that are unique to veterans and issues that surround our access and our choice really to use medical cannabis instead of using a lot of the medications that if any of you have been to the VA, you know they send it to you in the mail. And if you have 2 or 3 or 4 chronic conditions, or if you are service connected in any way, you will get pills. And a lot of times that is contingent on you continuing to get your benefits. So at this time, I'm going to open up a question to our panel with regard to veterans benefits and whether or not you can still get veterans benefits if you participate in medical cannabis. Do you want to start?
Hi, my name is Robert Roundtree. I served in the United States Navy and was actually, other than honorably discharged for cannabis use. And to answer the question, there is a link on the VA website that specifically addresses medical marijuana, and the first bullet point says that veterans will not lose their benefits for participating in medical marijuana, and that's on, I believe it's va.gov/medical-marijuana. I may have that URL wrong, but if you just Google VA medical marijuana, you'll see the page, and there's a lot of bullet points, advice, and things that cover this topic.
Can someone tell us about their experience with the VA and medical marijuana and the pain clinic? I know that's been a big issue.
Well,
we can take turns, it's fine.
Recently, in my area, I've been contacted by a couple of 3 disabled vets here in the last week that have been told by the pain management clinic at the VA Center in Cape Coral that they're reducing their opioids and that they need to find an alternative source to medicine. So I know that it's happening and that they're talking to them about cannabis, but they can't refer anybody to a cannabis doctor. One of my biggest things is if it's legal medically in so many states, we should be educating our veterans before they even get out of the military, whether they're in a state that there is cannabis or whether they're going to a state that there is medical cannabis. Just as if it's legal, like they say on the VA website, and you can communicate with your VA doctors, you should also be able to teach them about cannabis and alternative means.
It's very well put, by the way. My experience with them is that the fact that we can have the conversation openly with our provider, educate my doctor about the endocannabinoid system, explain to her that these groups are not working, that there are outside organizations that are there, that advocate, that are patients currently. It was something to see when my physician, said, hey, your urine came back for, marijuana. I said, absolutely, here's my kid.
It's my card.
And I said, you know why I'm not afraid? I said, because the poison you guys were dispensing almost killed me, and I'm actually here to help change the urine. And every visit, I look forward to going to that VA and have that conversation with that doctor. I mean, how many of us don't even want to go into a VA anymore, right? Because we're tired of seeing veterans wheeling themselves around, and that's got to stop. And we know cannabis heals. The only thing is our obligation as vets to educate the masses, and that's what we're doing.
And the doctors really should be, we went to medical school to help our patients. They should really be in the position of helping you with whatever decision you make and trying to usher you through that. So, Jamie, anything to add?
Jamie Renee Cruz. I would just add on the mental health side. I went in straight before mental health, and I was up front. It was not quite a year ago, and I was completely upfront about THC and CBD and my list of medicines, and both the psychologist and the psychiatrist at the VA understood completely when I said, I take this medicine, I'm not willing to take anything stronger. So we're very good.
So that's good.
Dr. King, jump in there. Joshua Littrell, the Veterans of Cannabis. The mental health side of it is something you just spoke about, but I want to talk about a different side of that mental health. So right now we know they're reducing opiates. There's no question about it. There's no viable option to it.
Right.
How much mental distress does that put on us every single day? And that's a huge issue in our veteran community, because now the VA is starting to reduce our opiates. And I'm in a unique situation where my wife is still active duty, and I was stationed here in Florida, was able to get my medical cannabis card, everything's good, but we just got PCS to Warner Robins up in Georgia. Guess what? No medical cannabis there, so now what do I have to do? Go back on the pills, all right? Because I don't have any other choice, any other treatment option. So that's a huge issue on the mental health side that we talk about that doesn't get talked about, that we have to start articulating that message.
That's absolutely right. I mean, it should really be your choice. And part of the problem is many of the doctors they're not medical cannabis doctors. So when you have a doctor that has this whole wealth of knowledge on the Western medicine side, and they don't know about what to tell you, that they're people. That makes anybody uncomfortable when they're supposed to be in the position of telling you and helping you through this, and they can't. And so I think that plays a role in them, maybe wanting to talk to you about it, but they're not able to articulate it. And so I think the VA really is going to need to look at what their policy is, so that, maybe they can't certify it to you, but their patients are going to be asking about it, their patients are going to be on it. They need to know about drug-drug interactions, they need to know about how to tell you how to taper things down. That is what I think needs to happen. So can we talk a little bit about some of the misperceptions and misconceptions that are out there amongst veterans? I'm going to lose my benefits. I'm going to lose my concealed carry card. I can't go to the pain clinic anymore. If I don't go to the pain clinic and they cut back on my pain pills, and I'm not 100%, and I'm not 100% about what the rules are there, but I think if you're less than 100% and they start to taper down on your medications, then you may be looked at again for your service connection. So they may cut back on your service connection. Did somebody discuss that? I know that was loaded.
It's not anything I'm familiar with at all, because for those that you didn't catch it, I'm Jeff DeMond, the grateful veteran, and just newly appointed CEO of Buds for Vets organization. So really good vibes from here on out. I want to put out there that I think that these organizations up here have all done a great service to our veterans, and shout out to Heather Perez for 426 veterans that should be fully recognized. But we're all trying to do something positive with cannabis and getting veterans their medical card. I think there's a huge injustice when you're a veteran and you have to pay a state fee and you're already on disability. That's something that I feel like can happen right away for veterans. I don't think that would be a hard tag along to the bill, but I have not heard anything about service connection and reduction in opioid use at all, because I was more disabled on opioids than 100%, I guarantee. So that's a new one on me.
It's a serious process. So for them to be able to do that, you have to go through a full medical review. Correct. And so this would be something that takes time. You're going to see it coming. They're going to have to actually prove it. And then it's going to be a pretty substantial issue then trying to prove it now that you are better. Because being better doesn't mean that your issue's not still there.
Exactly.
All right. So that's a huge,
That's a misconception.
Correct.
That's a misconception that if you go back and tell your doctor, I don't want to be on 15 of oxys 3 times a day anymore, and I'm doing better, then that doesn't flag you.
No, absolutely not. And they can't take your benefit away because you're not taking their pain meds anymore. You tell them to keep your chemical death, and I can take my medical cannabis life.
Frank Soska. I'm a veteran, registered nurse. I specialize in cannabis and the cannabinoid system. And being 100% myself for Crohn's disease, service-connected. I was in for 12 years, and on all sorts of immunosuppressors, painkillers, you name it, hair falling out, falling apart. And was retired in California and started, self-medicating. And now, 2 and some odd change years later, I'm in full remission, and I go still see the VA. And at the same time, I see countless amounts of patients that, we hear that the VA is kind of like the devil, and I'm right there with you. But at the same time, there are a lot of VA, at least up in the Panhandle where I'm from, that they will call us, they will refer to us. They sometimes do it on the down low. But there are physicians out there from the VA that are willing to have that conversation. I talk with them all the time, and they're like, listen, I don't know how to approach this. What do we do? And I'm like, work with me. Let's keep this communication open. We're all serving the same population. So I mean, like I said, if I was to go for a re-eval, I wouldn't be 100%. But am I afraid of that? They're not going to take it away from me. Like, good luck.
Yeah. So where do we start to change the conversation for veterans? Where can veterans go if they want to become advocates, become activists, and to start having a conversation so that other veterans have a place to go and know that it's okay to be a medical cannabis patient, to find out how to become a medical cannabis patient, and to get the right answers. Here we go.
I think coming to events like this is where to start. I think education is the most important thing. There's a lot of misconceptions on cannabis, and you have to be regimented. You can't just freely use cannabis. I'm a victim of that myself. In the beginning, just kind of I can figure this out on my own. But you have to educate yourself. I think joining local organizations, better organizations in the community. Social media. Let's use social media for what it's intended for the greater good. The resources are out there, and I think the great thing about conferences is such, yes, these are business driven, but there are a lot of resources here. And I think the biggest thing is, you take leaders within the community, like ourselves, and we put ourselves out there and do whatever we can to spread the message.
Yeah, and I want to kind of piggyback on that. You've got Veterans for Cannabis sitting up here, Mission Zero, Buds for Vets, Sunshine Cannabis. You've got, Cannabis Veterans Association. So the point is, you've got organizations that are here to work together, and the point is that our brothers and sisters have to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. Get out from your damn comfort zone. You tell your family members that are veterans, you got to do something you're uncomfortable with. So get out there, meet some organizations, learn what they do, learn what their mission and vision are, learn which one you want to be associated with, learn which one you want to support, and then also, we all support each other. That's the whole point, is we're all in this together, we're all veterans up here, and the key is to work together to the messaging has to be the answer on that. You ask how do we get it done, how do they learn to do that? You have to learn how to get the messaging right. We have to start using the right verbiage, the right language to actually talk to the senators and representatives and make the changes and write the laws or reduce the laws that are there, which probably never happens. But really to make a change, start talking the way they talk, look the way they talk, and then articulate that message and stay on point. That's the key.
I think you have to say the right words like medical cannabis. And,
correct.
It starts with even the veterans that I've helped have gone back into their pain management clinics at the VA and have passed out cards and said there's another way to this. And I tell them, get your card. Once you've got your card, don't be ashamed of your card. Talk to your fellow veterans about your card, and talk to someone else who's not cannabis friendly, and give them some education, because it all comes down to education. There's a populace that says cannabis is not our friend, and it's just not true. And they've poisoned our knowledge base so much that we need to get back in there and just keep preaching. And a valiant, focused effort, I think we can break through, because if every military person wrote their congressman and said this is crap, our system's crap, the change would happen because, you know, we're all doing a lot individually, but focused together. The veterans are strong. You know, I come from Lee Coral and that Purple Heart City, so there's a lot of veterans down in South Florida that, you know, we just need to tap into.
Amen, brother. I absolutely agree. I mean, the veterans especially suffer from not only stigma. I mean, some of these vets had to get out of the military because they came up positive for cannabis. I mean, you know, there was not a time too long ago. I mean, even now, they come up positive for cannabis. You can be drummed out. You can lose your career. And then you get to tell your family that you're no longer serving your country because you came up positive for cannabis. When, by the same token, this may be the only thing that helps people feel normal, especially if you have PTSD. So it's just this big conundrum. Any questions? Do we have any questions from the audience? Well, I'll take some questions from the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Is it true that if you have your registered to carry a gun, that you cannot carry it,
No. So, was the question, is it true?
You can't carry a gun. It's a concealed carry.
No, you will not. The Department of Agriculture is the one that does the concealed weapons permitting. The Department of Agriculture's Commissioner of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Nikki Freed, has gone on record saying that you will not have any issues if you go to register to get a concealed weapons permit, you have a medical marijuana card, or if you choose to renew that license. She also said that for Class D, G, and K licensing, that you will not have an issue either. And she said that on my podcast. She said it on record multiple times now. There is still the issue on that form, and there is a question. So at the end of the day, her office still has some work to do to address it and clarify it, and that's probably something we'll hear from her tomorrow. She'll be here speaking on the legislative panel, so I would encourage you to come and follow up and ask that question tomorrow at the legislative panel. The commissioner will be here.
Absolutely. And I have many vets in my practice, and they all have concealed carry. My husband has a card. He just went to the gun show and bought a gun. And
did they let him renew it? They let him renew it?
Yeah, so actually, let me address it. So I just got mine last week, and I actually let mine lapse, just FYI. There's no problem with it. So when it comes down to it, there's no case law out there yet on this specific issue, so we're still waiting on that to be adjudicated. But really, when you look at the question, it says, are you doing illegal drugs? In a state-administered medical cannabis program, you are not using illegal drugs. So you answer the question honestly. No, I am not, because you are absolutely not using an illegal drug in a state-administered medical cannabis program. So that's how you answer it honestly. You get your problem, and there's no question. Now, the systems don't talk to each other. From the federal level, remember, those are state-issued ID cards for your concealed weapon permit, okay? So the federal system doesn't talk to the state system. So that's how it's not being caught right now. There was a piece of legislation enacted last year in Congress that tried to close that loophole, but actually we were able to kill that. So we have to stay aware of those things and make sure that we're calling our Congress people to make sure those issues do not come up and are not taking our issues and our permits away from us.
Real quick, since you spoke about contacting your representatives, a real easy way is for Florida, go to myfloridahouse.gov, myfloridahouse.gov, and you can enter your address and it will tell you who your elected representatives are, and contact them. Be very respectful and courteous, and let them know what you want to have happen. They work for us.
And my Florida Senate.
And myfloridasenate.gov.
You gotta contact both sides.
I think that the House site for some reason will show you everyone, including the federal. The Senate one doesn't.
All elected officials for your zip code that you're a constituent of.
I think the bottom line, folks, is that together we are stronger, together as vets, because we are constituents, right? We vote, and we are activists and advocates, and that is when they will begin to listen at the legislative level about what veterans need and want in terms of their care. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Marcia Lindsay, and I'm a mother, sister, widow, veteran.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you all. Being in this position as a senior, I'm a big grassroots activist. I think that cannabis could be the bridge to dialogue between the antiquated VA and the VA of our future. But I really think that I could come here and get the information I need. A format that's across the board. Can Talk. Let me bring Can Talk to your city commission. Let me bring Can Talk to your county commission. Let's go to these grassroots. People like me that are seniors that have no experience other than the fact that we've lost family members to opiate addiction and suicide. We have our questions. We don't know where to take them. I would like to see you put a voice together that's united. Our mission is the same here. The intention is the same, is to save lives. We're all in the same program. Let's put something together that we can present to these small governments and these small groups. I know on Anna Marie Island, where I live, every one of our 3 cities would invite you for a town hall. I don't see how we could lose it. And I think it's just presenting the information in a comfortable format, non-threatening. So I'm going to throw that out there for you.
Call to action.
That's important because I think every one of us here at some point has gone to our own counties or our own cities, locally. My wife Danielle and I, we live in South Florida. We were made aware that Boca Raton was having a town hall with Scotty Singer, their mayor, and they addressed cannabis dispensaries and the importance of having it within city limits. So again, right, I stood up and said, on behalf of the veterans you have in this community, thank you for understanding why we should have these within city limits, right? Let's take the elephant out of the room right now. There's a veteran committing suicide every 65 minutes. All of us know that. All of us know that cannabis is a tool in the tool belt to help us reduce that. These city leaders need to understand that. That's again why organizations up here, it behooves us to work together as one. We're professional, we're articulate, we're factual, and at the end of the day, we're all asking for the same thing. It's not peace for us, it's peace for everyone.
I've spoken at commissioners' meetings for Collier County where they have a ban on dispensaries, and it used to be that veterans in that county would have to drive an hour to get their medicine or wait in line to get their medicine and then drive an hour home. It's just been recently that a couple dispensaries that opened up real close, but it's antiquated thinking from people that have been on the council for too long, and they need to just change. And I've built relationships with people who have voted no, just so that they understand that I'm still the face of cannabis, and I'm still, even though you voted no against me, I'm still going to go out and have educational discussions with you about it, because I can't stop, and education's where it's at. You're going to take something away from this conversation that we have and pass it on to someone else. I know you will. So that's how I truly feel the more we talk about it, the easier it's going to get for all of us.
So do you find with this obstinate ignorance that you often come up against, is there a way to get through that any faster than we are?
I think that everybody connects with the story, and not everyone has been touched with an opioid epidemic or a death, but a lot of times there are certain factual stories that bring people to a place where they would no longer, believe that, wow, this is medicine. And the only way to do that is with communication.
One last thing too, the great thing about everyone is here is everyone's pretty much walking the walk and talking the talk. We need resources, we need as many of them out here as much as possible. You have organizations providing recommendations. Hey, use your donor dollars to donate to organizations that are doing the right thing. Today, Mission Zero is proud to announce that we've been working on an app for a little over a year now. We were accepted by the University of Central Florida into this program to help budding veteran entrepreneurs build their platform and their company. So I would like to thank each and every sponsor that got behind Mission Zero last year, because on the back end, what we were doing was building this technology that Today we're introducing at our booth, it will revolutionize the way veterans interact with each other peer to peer. Okay, we're in the process of hiring a chief medical officer that heads the Center for Integrated Medicine for a major university. We have to innovate. We have to work together. We have to take each and everyone's talent. So we welcome everyone in this room to come by the Mission Zero table. Check it out. We're doing a live demo there. And you know, it's kudos to everyone here and all the organizations and veterans here.
So I heard Jose say each with our own skills and talents. I heard Dr. Kelly King say together we are stronger. I stepped forward and I founded an education company, MMJ Knowledge. Much of what I do is to go around and educate our lawmakers. I am boots on the ground. I have been boots on the ground since 2013, 2014, going from office to office to office. And what I like to say is that we are the human entourage effect. Yeah. We come together, each with our own skills and talents, and together we can achieve so much more than we ever could on our own. So to the dispensing organizations that are here sponsoring, please look around and be mindful and pay attention to those who are doing excellent work, because many of us have been doing it year after year after year after year after year after year, because it's the right thing to do. And now that we are building a robust medical cannabis program in our state, please be mindful of those who've been doing the work, because it's the right thing to do. And please step forward and support us with your dollars, because we can't continue doing it only for the greater good. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for opening your ears and your hearts. And what I would say is people will forget what we do, and people will forget what we say, but Maya Angelou tells us they will never forget how we make them feel. And if we want to change this conversation, we need to change hearts, and we need to change minds. And the way that we do that is by finding our authentic place. What is our testimony? What brought us forward? And to operate from a place of integrity, and to operate from a place of educational excellence, and to be mindful of the message and how we portray that message out into the world around us, because people are watching. And special interest influence in Tallahassee is very, very, very strong.
Preach.
If you sit in committee and you hear some of these drug-free America, and I'll call them out, Mel Sembler, and you hear the message that they are putting forth at the legislature, I kid you not, 2 weeks ago, we had a representative from Drug-Free America testify in committee that cannabis is so dangerous, it made a man eat somebody else's face off. In committee meeting. That is a matter of public record. Okay? So it's really important that we take up that advocacy gauntlet. You know, I'm a professional advocate. That's what I've been doing for 30 years as a social worker. I speak for the voiceless.
I advocate for marginalized people. I am the voice for our most vulnerable. I can't do it by myself. So let's join together and let's be that human entourage effect. And let's be careful with our messaging. So thank you for being here. We will have a reception. It is a separately ticketed event, and it is sold out. So my apologies if you didn't get a ticket in advance. There are not any to behold. But tomorrow we have another after party and a laser light show. So the fun will continue. And for those who are not at the reception, you could have a reception of your own. And see you early tomorrow. And I'm gonna put a plug in tomorrow at 1:30. I'm gonna be talking about two of my favorite subjects, cannabis and death and dying. Please come find me. And thank you for being here with us.
Have fun.
Thank you, I will. So I'm especially honored to be here with you all today to talk about a subject that is very near and dear to my heart. It's actually what brought me to medical cannabis to begin with. So I want to start today by opening with a little video clip that I created to show you a little glimpse of what my journey has looked like. And we're going to get it rolling in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just some of the faces and families of cannabis in Florida.
To what lengths would you go to find a treatment for your child? Would you go to another town, another state, another country?
My beautiful friend Annalise and her daughter.
Insurance will pay for, or would you be willing to go outside the box and spend thousands of dollars out of your own pocket? Would you change doctors? And if so, how many times? Because it's not easy. Would you be willing to break the law? 11 years ago, I would have answered these questions very differently than I do today.
Michael and his baby Cheyenne, Dahlia, Joner, my beautiful friend Linda, this was submitted to me by a veteran with PTSD, me and my dad. My beautiful friend Amy and her little boy who she lost to brain cancer. Vera. My friend John wanted you to see all the medication that he's been prescribed. Alex. Elvie Masika. Duchess.
Politicians have become pseudo-physicians and medical experts, deciding with the stroke of a pen which illness gets treated and which one doesn't, determining which illness is worthy, and who goes to treatment and who goes to jail, based on the state you live in.
So we took it to the state, we took it to the federal government, and we took it to the United Nations General Assembly Special Session on Drugs, advocating and educating for the safe and legal access of cannabis for those who need it. And this is in honor of my friend Christian Bright, who died while we were waiting for our governor to pass medical cannabis in the state of Florida.
I might get a little emotional. I just learned this morning that my cousin died of a stroke. So I just want to put that out there. Like cannabis, death and dying are stigmatized subjects. Topics that are difficult for people to talk about. So thank you for taking your time to join me for my presentation, Cannabis Therapeutics at the End of Life, Practical Applications for Hospice and Palliative Care. Herodotus, an ancient Greek historian, is believed by many to be the first to mention cannabis in Western literature. In the history of Herodotus, translated by Sir Isaac Littlebury, there's a passage where Herodotus explains, "The Scythians put the seeds of this hemp under bags upon the burning stones, and immediately a more agreeable vapor is emitted from the incense burnt than in all of Greece. The company, extremely transported by the scent, howl aloud." So think about it for a moment. Howling aloud. What images does this conjure? Taken out of context, howling aloud could conjure images of some hedonistic pleasure. But think again and consider the context. This was actually describing a grieving ritual, the preparation for purification preceding the funeral of a beloved member of society. This ritual could be viewed as a group of people using a botanical medicine that was well known to them to move past traumatic experiences and suffering. These records date back to somewhere around 500 BC. Clearly, cannabis and death have had a long courtship together. So today I'll be discussing what it's like to journey through the dying process, common challenges at the end of life. I'll touch very briefly upon my own hospice journey and why I'm such a fierce advocate for safe and legal access to cannabis, to include smoking as an acceptable route of administration and the whole plant. I want to begin by saying that beyond the palliation of symptoms, I believe that cannabis should be offered as a first course option and not just as last resort. And personally, I don't believe anybody should be made a criminal for using a plant that has been shown to be so safe and effective. A woman by the name of Valerie Corral was the first person I ever heard talk about using cannabis through the dying process at the 8th Clinical Conference on Cannabis Therapeutics, which is put on through Patients Out of Time. That was 5 years ago now. Val is the founder of the Women and Men's Alliance on Medical Marijuana in California. She's been described as the Mother Teresa of cannabis, and she's provided cannabis to people and sat with them as they die since 1993. Her soft and gentle spirit spoke to me far beyond her words. She ignited a passion in me, and from that day on, I made it my personal mission to fight for safe and legal access to cannabis for the suffering people of Florida. Working as a hospice medical social worker, and having journeyed through the process just 4 months before I heard her talk with my dad, I was intimately familiar with the struggles of dying people and their families. Some of the goals of hospice and palliative care include providing comfort care, alleviating symptoms, addressing emotional and spiritual concerns, coordination of care, and improving overall quality of life. This is no small undertaking as someone approaches death. According to the National Council on Aging, approximately 92% of older adults have at least one chronic disease, and 77% have at least two. 90% of Americans age 55 and older are at risk for hypertension, and women are more likely than men to develop high blood pressure. 1 in 4 adults is likely to experience a mental health issue. And additionally, the number of adults with conditions such as depression, anxiety-related disorders, and dementia is expected to double to 15 million by the year 2030. Now, unfortunately, we know that terminal illnesses do not only affect our aging population. We have children who need both palliative and hospice care as well. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Protection, congenital heart disease and cancer were listed among the top 3 causes of death in children ages 1 through 14 in the year 2014. Common challenges at the end of life include pain, both physical and emotional, nausea, vomiting, anorexia, a lack or loss of appetite, depression, dyspnea, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, cachexia, wasting of the body, anxiety, agitation, unresolved familial conflicts, feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, and despair, anticipatory grief, preparing for the dying process, and perhaps the biggest from my perspective, fear. Fear of pain, fear of loss of control, the loss of autonomy, the fear of loss of mental abilities, of functional abilities, fear related to the loss of dignity, and the loss and of leaving their loved ones behind to carry on without them, and the fear of death itself. An Italian researcher by the name of Vincenzo De Marzo tells us that cannabinoids serve 5 essential functions. They help us eat, sleep, relax, protect, and forget, all of which are essential to increasing the quality of life. Cannabinoids have been shown to enhance a fear extinction, and this alone holds the potential to impact the dying process immensely. Cannabis can also be used with adjunctive therapies commonly utilized at the end of life: progressive relaxation, guided imagery, music, and art therapy, just to name a few. So I began to really research cannabis as a therapeutic agent after my dad was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. His treatment protocol included surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation. As a result of his radiation, he would develop post-radiation pneumonitis and was diagnosed with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Now, patients with COPD can have a really hard time breathing, and this was made extra difficult for my dad because he had already had the upper right lobe of his lung removed. Following his radiation, we were told his condition was terminal, and I was prepared to put my dad on hospice care, when, to my surprise, his radiation oncologist, instead of recommending comfort care measures, recommended yet another round of chemotherapy. This is when I stepped out of my role as daughter and into my role as social worker. To honor my dad's wishes, I moved my mom and dad from New York to Florida into our home so that I could be his full-time caregiver. The last few months of his life, my dad was prescribed prednisone, Symbicort, Ventolin, atorvastatin, codeine, hydrocodone, lorazepam, haloperidol, short-acting morphine tablets, long-acting morphine tablets, morphine sulfate, or liquid morphine, and fentanyl patches, all of which hold the potential to wreak havoc on the body, but he could not have safe and legal access to cannabis because we did not have a cannabis law in Florida. And my 84-year-old Sicilian dad was not about to become a criminal, and he certainly was not going to make his baby girl a criminal. So, for his COPD, he was prescribed albuterol nebulizer treatments. Now, for my dad, I'm not sure what was worse, the COPD or the albuterol. The effects from this one drug were becoming intolerable for him. And that's when I recognized something. As a hospice medical social worker, I had seen that cluster of effects before. It looked a lot like what we in hospice call terminal agitation. Terminal agitation is characterized by tremors, shakiness, nervousness, irritability, restlessness. Now, I'm going to flip to the next slide so we can take a look at what the side effects of albuterol treatments are. According to the Mayo Clinic, the side effects of albuterol include tremors, shakiness, nervousness, headaches, restlessness, irritability, muscle aches and pains, throat or nasal irritation, rapid heart rate, tachycardia, feelings of fluttering or pounding heart, palpitations. I began to wonder, why were we treating one condition at the end of life with the medication that was producing the very same symptoms that we as hospice teams were providing to, attempting to provide comfort care for? The Hospice Patients Alliance puts out a resource entitled Terminal Agitation, a major distressful symptom in the dying. They say, as the terminally ill near death, body organs and systems begin to fail to a greater and greater degree. Kidneys stop producing as much urine and function poorly. The liver and other organs also begin to shut down. Waste products from the cells of the body begin to build up in tissue spaces. And in many patients, they say, these changes alone can account for restlessness and agitation that may be quite severe. It is paramount, the Hospice Patients Alliance advises us, that the best course of action to comfort the patient and relieve his or her distress are utilized. They identify terminal agitation as a hospice crisis. So I knew there had to be a better way. My research led me to the discovery of Tikkun Olam. Tikkun Olam operates under the Israeli Ministry of Health and has been in operation since the year 2007. The researchers at Tikkun Olam wanted to study the effectiveness of cannabis therapeutics, so they conducted a research study. They had 2,041 participants in their study. What they found was the number of patients taking no medication other than cannabis rose from 428 to 1,095. That means that 667 patients were able to come off all of their other medications, some taking combinations of 7, 8, 9 other drugs like my dad was. 1,950 of the 2,041 reported that cannabis helped their condition. 1,399 said it helped them tremendously. 95.5% reported cannabis helped them cope with their condition better. And less than 3% of patients complained of any side effects at all. So the message I carried forward was, if this could be used for symptom control, shouldn't this?
So the first picture is a picture of my dad taking one of his albuterol nebulizer treatments 21 days before he died. This was taken on Christmas Eve. You'll see that the medicine is administered through a mouthpiece, but you can also see that there's an opening at the other end of the apparatus, and you can see that some of the albuterol vapor actually is released into the air. So what that means is that anybody who's administering that medication, in this case my teenage son, is also going to be subject to all of those side effects that we just saw on that Mayo Clinic slide. Now the second picture is a picture of a cannabis vaporizer. There are different types of vaporizers. There are handheld models and desktop models. This particular model is a desktop model. The cannabis vapor is collected in the bag. The bag is placed up to the patient's mouth where they can breathe it in naturally and receive the benefits of the cannabinoids through inhalation. Or if they go in and out of consciousness, as we often see with end-of-life patients, the bag can be placed up to their mouth or to their nose, and they can breathe it in naturally without even necessarily having to disturb a patient. I think it's important to note that cannabis as medicine is not a new concept. Cannabis was used by indigenous peoples for thousands of years and was actually included in the American Pharmacopoeia up until around 1937, when it was federally prohibited. At the federal level, cannabis is a Schedule I on the Controlled Substances Act. That places it in the same category as heroin, LSD, and ecstasy. According to the Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, for a substance to be placed in Schedule I, it must meet 3 criteria. There can be no accepted medical use. There has to be a high propensity for abuse. And it can't be used safely under medical supervision. Now, with 33 states, plus the District of Columbia having passed some kind of a medical cannabis law, and from my days as a substance abuse therapist knowing that less than 10% of all people who ever try cannabis go on to develop a compulsion, I say that it's misclassified and it does not meet the criteria for Schedule I. I'm not the only one. Arbitrary, based on random choice or personal whim, rather than any reason or system. Capricious, changing often and quickly, not logical or reasonable. Over the years, several petitions have been put forth to remove cannabis from Schedule I. In 1988, Judge Francis Young presided over a case addressing one such request. Judge Young concluded, "The evidence in this record clearly shows that marijuana has been accepted as capable of relieving the distress of great numbers of very ill people, and doing so with safety under medical supervision. It would be unreasonable, arbitrary, and capricious," Judge Young went on to say, "for the DEA to continue to stand between those sufferers and the benefits of this substance in light of the evidence in this record." Judge Francis Young recommended that the Drug Enforcement Agency remove cannabis from Schedule I back in 1988, over 30 years ago. Now, sadly, the DEA did not comply with that ruling, and every petition since, the most recent being at the end of 2017, has also been denied. I grew up in the 1980s, and I learned that
cannabis kills brain cells. So you can imagine my surprise when I came to learn that cannabinoids actually work as neuroprotectants. This is evidenced by a patent, number 6630507, that the federal government holds on cannabinoids as antioxidants and neuroprotectants. Now you'll see in the abstract section, I blew it up because it's a little hard to see. It says that cannabinoids are found to have particular applications as neuroprotectants in limiting neurological damage following ischemic insults such as stroke and trauma, or in the treatment of neurological diseases such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and HIV dementia. So I'm kind of running out of time. I'm not going to really go into too much on Alzheimer's disease, except for that it's a neurodegenerative disorder, and that we know for a long time that the amyloid beta accumulates within the nerve cells of the aging brain well before the appearance of Alzheimer's disease symptoms and plaques. Preclinical research published in the Molecular and Cellular Neuroscience Journal and the Journal of Aging Mechanisms and Disease reveal how cannabinoids could reverse the buildup of plaque in Alzheimer's by expelling it from the brain, how they block the inflammatory response, and how they act as neuroprotectants that may not only retard the progression of the disease, but used prophylactically could possibly prevent the initiation to begin with. The first time I heard Val speak on cannabis at the end of life, her words struck a chord in my heart, and I knew that my path had been set. She closed out one of her talks by saying, "So much of how we live our lives and how we live our deaths is how it's all right with the people that we love, how they allow this to be okay with them, and how they allow us to die. Plus," she said, "dying is a long process. We make cells all the time. It takes a long time to convince the body to stop making them. So if you imagine you have the opportunity to progress into your death, that if you presume you're not going to have a sudden death, but that death will approach slowly, in my belief, you have this great opportunity to embrace it and not run from it, but turn around and face the grim reaper and begin the courtship. Cannabis can open the door. People tell me it allows them to accept something that wasn't so easy to accept before they shifted their consciousness. Just shifted it. When we come in to provide care for the dying, we need to leave our expectations at the door. We don't know what each individual's dying journey will look like. But one thing that I know is that I've never met a person who was not distressed when they received a terminal diagnosis. It was my job to help patients and families reconcile with their newly learned truth, to help them shift from fear to impending death towards acceptance, so we could then focus our remaining time on creating lasting memories, the joyful memories that carry grieving families through after their loved one dies. This is no easy task, and if cannabis can help in that journey, and if it can help with that shift, then I welcome it. Clearly, effectively caring for patients and families at the end of life can be complex and requires a multifaceted approach. These laws that we have, they're going to continue to evolve and to change. We already need many changes to the program as it sits to make access easier for our people. Cannabis holds amazing therapeutic properties, making it a natural choice for a patient nearing the end of life. As healthcare professionals, we need to be seeking out knowledge of new and emerging therapies. Opening these kinds of conversations is what will help us move this cannabis conversation forward and help remove some of the stigma that is very much still attached to cannabis as medicine. I plan to continue to advocate for safe and legal access for patients and for the establishment of safe rules and regulations, not those that are arbitrary and capricious. I hope that you're coming away today with some of the questions you might have had answered. And I also hope that this talk may have sparked a passion in your heart to pick up that advocacy gauntlet and reach out to your senators and House members to let them know that this is something that we want to make available for our suffering and dying people, and for those who are interested in wellness as well. We've come a long way, but we have a really long way to go. So thank you for being here and thank you for joining us.
For depression, which could be great, but it may not be. Job protections, I think, everybody, are the most important issue that we need to address in this legislative session. Every one of my patients that's still working deserves to have the recognition that the medicine that he's using or she is using allows them to go to work every day and be a better worker. We need to work on that patient. That patient support that we all know is appropriate. I like to say, if I'm having surgery at 6:30 in the morning, I don't want my surgeon taking an Ambien and having 2 glasses of wine before he goes to bed. I don't. He's got a much better chance of taking my wrong leg off the next morning. There's other issues, okay? Elder care access, right? Disabled access. Can you imagine being an amputee and wanting to live in a group home with assistance, but not being able to use a topical for your phantom pain? Those things are ridiculous. We need access into the hospital environment. And my prediction would be the first place that we see it in the hospital environment will be in the acute stroke patient, because we know that there's brain protection aspects to cannabis. It was proven back in the 70s and there's a patent on it. We need further, that's one of my favorites, the Willie Nelson Capital. Yeah, absolutely. Reciprocity from other states, okay? People are coming down here, they want to have safe, legal access to product, right? Irv Rosenfield, of course. Athletes and cannabis. We had the football players here this weekend, right? The NFL players may strike because they want protection with the CBD products before impact from concussions, right? So all of these issues are critical. And as we're in the State House sessions of today, right, we're still arguing over subtle points of the smoking of cannabis, right? The right to home grow cannabis, right? The removal of the dispensary bans around the state. I was just down in Naples last weekend. The entire Collier County is banned. People say, why do you need a dispensary local? You know why? Because it becomes a community center for cannabis. It's where patients can meet each other in the waiting rooms and discuss their products, right? So there are so many issues yet that still need to be determined. And I'm so happy to see the attitude that's been brought by our new administration. Because what we know is the past administration did not want to advance the cannabis program. They were literally charged with not educating doctors, without educating the public, right? And what I see from our new Governor DeSantis is a desire to change that attitude, and that's a great thing. And with Nikki Fried, hopefully, of course, is our new agricultural commissioner, right? We'll get a nice fresh voice there. That's going to continue to advance. And there would be Governor DeSantis himself. So, what I like to say to the doctors here in the crowd, we fill a critical and crucial role in the game here, because it's only us that can go out and can continue to advocate for the patients, teach the patients. One of the greatest categories of patients that we see would be the patient that comes in who would be your 75-year-old Vietnam vet, cannabis user, right? This guy has used it before Vietnam, in Vietnam, after Vietnam. You know what he is? We call him a garage smoker. At a certain point in his life, he's got to go out in the garage, because what if his kids catch him, right? They go to kindergarten the next day and say, oh, my daddy likes those little white ones he rolls up on the road, and they smell funny too, right? So there's a well-intended kindergarten teacher calling CPS and having that child's, that veteran's child taken away. This Vietnam veteran at age 75, by being taught about CBD that he's never used, right, will come back thanking us in 7 months for that teaching, old stoner guy, right? So the important thing is the education and the advocacy for everybody. Coming to Ohio, so as you see, things are on their way. So as we go through the fade out, I want to thank every single Canna warrior out there. I want to apologize for those of you who didn't see your pickup there. But the point is this, and I want to make it to all those in the back listening. Every single Canna warrior in this room that's on that screen would have loved the 45-minute opportunity to bring up these issues as we go forward. Because what you're going to see in a very few slides as we fade out is that it's really just a plant. And we have to look at what's been done to this plant to the detriment of all of us in this room. We have to see the plant for what it is. That would be Vegas, by the way, and that was a cannabis leaf on there. And once again, as the warriors fade, I want to thank Joe Gruters, my state senator. We had a great... And that's one of our favorite patients. All right, why don't you just turn it up a little bit, and there's about 3 more slides. And there's Jill and Dawn. Thank you so much for a great conference. We go back to it? That last slide, oh, there it is. That is medicine, everybody. Look at the trichomes on that plant. Okay? And that's the message today. Let's treat it as the miracle plant that it is. I do have one more slide. So Don, my expert artist guy, this points out what would happen if actually cannabis was taken away today from our population. It denotes a little old lady going down to the hood. Hey, Grandma, all right, lady, what kind of patches do you want today? Indica, sativa, or hybrid? Because that's really what's going on in medical cannabis today. Everybody, thank you so much.
One second. Hold on.
Ooh, I smell hot.
Everybody take it.
Of course, everyone.
We'll share them. Photo up. I wanted to keep the government's group waiting. I couldn't get one up. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Everybody just like nod.
You better be able to count.
Thank you.
Everyone's attention, please. You all take your seats. So we want to know, have you enjoyed the conference?
Yes.
We've had some of the most incredible speakers this last couple of days. We want to thank all of you who participated, who've been there for us, supported us as we've grown into this wonderful event of education and resource to our patients, communities, physicians, etc. So we are just so excited now to introduce to you some of our wonderful legislators who are fighting for our cause and willing to listen to some of our questions and answer those questions as well. So without further ado, we want to bring up one of our all-time favorites, Michael Minardi. So we thank you all for coming, and we want to see you at the after party at 7:30.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much to all our guests and our esteemed panel. I'm very much privileged to be able to represent this. We're going to try to make this a very wonderful event and a cordial event that works towards creating an atmosphere of positivity and a relationship to be able to move forward as many of you are the cannabis industry with our legislators. We know there's been a great divide, and we're trying here to work on ending that divide in a very much bipartisan way, I think. So we're going to introduce everybody, and I don't know if you guys want to sit down as you go, or you're kind of on the wrong side of the seats, I think. So we have Representative Mr. Fine here. He's going to sit down now. And I'll go through them all, let them sit down, and then you can all clap. Let's move this along. Representative Pigman, thank you very much. Representative Masulo. Representative Rommel, thank you. Dr. Boxer, our non-representative. They have assigned their seats. Our new wonderful commissioner, Ms. Nikki Freed. And our first time ever director of cannabis, Ms. Holly Bell. So first, if we can, you guys can start where you want. The mics are in the middle. But if you please, just introduce yourself, what district you're from, and your position on both medical hemp, and legal cannabis.
Great. First, I would appreciate everybody coming here today. My name is Bob Rommel. I represent Collier County, which is the best county in the state. You know, we all know that, you know, a couple of years ago we passed, you know, the first version of medical marijuana. With our new governor, he's given us the task of expanding the use for patients. And as legislators, we want to make sure that we do it in the safest way possible. I'm sure you've already both seen the version of the Senate bill and the House bill. And, you know, I'm sure somewhere over the next few weeks we'll, you know, come together on that. But we want to hear your concerns. We want to hear what's important to you, and we want to make sure we have the best bill for Floridians. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Being the sole position, no, I take a sole non-legislative position. We have an ER doc and a dermatologist, and we're very pleased about that. I'm the Chief Medical Officer of a company called Ianthus, which is a national company of medical marijuana, and we're in 11 states. And I formerly was at the University of Miami as a professor of urology, and I can tell you it is a different situation between urology and cannabis. And I'm presently at UCLA as a professor of urology. My background is in policy, is that I worked in Washington with around the country, governors and senators on health policy. And I was fortunate to be a nominee for and finalist for a Surgeon General of the United States in a Democratic as well as a Republican administration, making me either bereft of any principles or only thinking about the patient. And I like to think myself as being totally physician and patient oriented. And so thank you very much.
Florida, and this is growing. So, Commissioner?
Thank you for having me here today. I am Nikki Freed, your new Commissioner of Agriculture for the state of Florida. I think my positions on medical marijuana, and hemp are pretty clear. In fact, just wanted to give you a very, very quick update on kind of where we are and what we've been able to do since sworn in to take office. First of all, we created our first ever cannabis director. We are also creating 2 advisory committees, one for MJ and one for hemp. We also have done the first of our rulemaking workshops for edibles. So you'll see those come drop very shortly, and so we'll have taken care of our side of the house. Now waiting for the Department of Health to finish their side, but we may kind of get involved in that too. So we really are starting to kind of move the ball down the road. We've been very active in having conversations with the legislatures about things that can be changed in the program, making sure that we do in fact have some legislation that gets passed before the governor's deadline, and really looking forward to keeping up the advocacy that we have done for so many years. I feel it. We are on the right side of history on this issue, and we are going to get this right. I promise you that.
Cannabis, it's all about.
Thank you, Michael. I'm the very first director of Cannabis, and I am honored and thrilled to come work and put into place the vision that Commissioner Freed has. And I want to thank all of you for being so welcoming to me and reaching out. I love the ideas, and I love where we're going to take this, and I am thrilled to be here. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm a 4th term representative in Florida for Term Limited, so 8 years are out. And I got started with this process about 5 or 6 years ago with the CBD bill. And I started out skeptical. In fact, we were talking earlier, we doctors by our nature are skeptical. So it took a lot of convincing them. And I think what you're seeing in the legislature is a trend line towards acceptance and embracing. It's not at the same level as the polls would suggest, but I would tell you that the trajectory is the same. So we started out with CBD, and I gotta tell you, when I saw some preliminary results of the studies that were done on children, part of that bill had a seizure study in children, the preliminary results were phenomenal. So I've changed my position in the years that have gone by. And we've had subsequent bills. Now with the new governor and Madam Commissioner, we have an executive branch that is supportive. Executive branch controls agency. Agency writes rules. Don't forget that. But agency does look to the legislature to give them statutes to inform on those rules. Now that was just a civics lesson. I don't expect you all to remember that, but that's how it works. And we've got a mandate from Governor DeSantis to come up with legislation that will allow a smokable form. You're seeing 2 bills travel, one in the House, one in the Senate. It's the nature that there are differences. And with each subcommittee and committee style, you'll see amendments that begin to bring them together. And you'll see what's important in the Senate, what's important in the House. And I have certainty that we'll get there. And the key thing is, we now have a supportive Commissioner of Agriculture, and we now have a supportive governor that will bring agency.
Hey everybody, I'm State Representative Randy Fine. I represent the 53rd District, which is the southern 30% of Brevard County, only an hour to the east of here. It's an honor to be here today, and I appreciate all of you coming. I was proud to work with Representative Pigman when we did one of those last bills. I'm in my 2nd term. This is my 3rd year in the legislature. And just last week, I was one of the representatives that was able to vote for the House bill that we are moving forward that would allow smoking of medical marijuana. We are in that process, and we're all working very hard to get there. But it's very important, I think, and I hope that you all share this view, that much like we treat every other medicine in the state of Florida, we need to have a precise and a specific and a thoughtful way in how we deal with medical marijuana, because it is a medicine. And so we need to make sure that we're proceeding in the way that we would do with other medicines that can have dramatic and very positive effects on the right people. So I'm proud to be here. I appreciate you having me and look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you. My name is Ralph Masulo. I represent the 34th District, which is on the west coast of Florida, Hernando and Citrus County. I'm a very strong supporter of hemp. I was blessed to be the one that had the opportunity to bring forth our pilot study bill that's being implemented by Florida A&M and the University of Florida currently. We're working very diligently to conform our laws to the Federal Farm Act that President Trump signed in December, bring hemp to our state. And as I look at all of you, I think of you as pioneers. And I'd like to think of Florida as a pioneering state. But we're not just a pioneering state, we're a state that can be #1 in hemp production. Kentucky had their opportunity to move to that state. And we need to work hard to move hemp. As far as medical marijuana, I'm totally in favor of it, and I'm in favor of us doing more research on it. So we physicians can come up with more legitimate uses for marijuana as a drug. We don't understand the cannabinoid system in the human body enough. And I think it's high time the federal government move it down the schedule so we can study it more. Thank you.
And I'll stay with you. I'm going to start with the hemp issue because is there any CBD companies in the room? I think there's a lot of comments lately about the legality of it, and I know you, Representative Masulo, have introduced the hemp bill that's in both the House and Senate, I think. Can you explain a little bit to the people about what that hemp bill provides, whether or not these companies will have protections under that bill?
Well, I'm very pleased to say that the Department of Agriculture under Commissioner Freed has been a partner in us trying to move hemp legislation. And I think that as we try to work with both the House and the Senate, we'll get legislation that will clarify some of those laws and rules by which people that are manufacturing and growing hemp and doing CBD in our state will be able to call that fresh from Florida and be able to get that recognition that CBD that's processed here in our state is the purest and best, I'd like to think, in the whole country. Now, as far as people now, there is a lot of confusion and there's a lot of ambiguity. And sometimes the wheels of government don't work as quickly as we all like to see. But hopefully in the next several months, we'll get that cleared up.
Thank you, and I guess this is sort of for all you. With that said, some of the confusion around hemp in Florida is because they're continuing to call it cannabis. There are multiple different ways that we can try to prevent that from happening, and one of them is, as you stated, coming in compliance with the federal farm bill. Have you guys considered, and I know it's not in your bill, and I've spoken to Commissioner Freed and Ms. Director of Cannabis Bell about it, but removing hemp in Florida from the Controlled Substance Act?
Yes, so actually you'll see Senator Bradley has also as a piece of legislation, because what we have to do, because right now if you read the laws in our state, it says any derivative of the cannabis plant. So currently it captures hemp in there. And so what we have to do is actually change not only 381, Chapter 381, which deals with medical marijuana, but also on the criminal side of things too, and take hemp, completely decouple hemp from our current cannabis definitions to be able to create an entirely different regulatory scheme so we know exactly what's happening and what's legal and what's not legal, and making sure that we have that under control to make sure our patients who are buying our CBD in our state, it's a regulated marketplace, that there's testing, there's standards, that there's not things that they're taking that they don't anticipate taking. We want to make sure that we're doing this right, and we're going to work with all of our stakeholders to do so.
Amen. In regards to moving that forward, as you probably have any of you walked around the expo hall and seen many different CBD companies, and the hemp papers, as in the smoking bill, are not in there as a result of it being illegal. Do you guys consider at all the interaction between federal and state law in looking at that and determining the legality of those issues at all in making?
As far as the legality of...
The contradiction between the hemp laws and the federal government says that you can transport it across the country. There's obviously hemp companies that are selling to all these people that are creating a thriving market here in the state of Florida that is now seemingly be called and stated as illegal right now. And there's tons of people and doctors that are scared because this is continued to be represented as a legal product throughout the country by our federal government and these actors throughout the country.
And what I have said is that based on the definition of cannabis in our state, which is what we need to change, in order to make sure that it becomes legal to the point where no one's going to be stopped, making sure that everybody understands what the laws of our state. And so when it says in our state statutes, cannabis is, and it defines it, so we need to clarify that and to make sure that we are getting it right, which is the most important aspect.
Yeah, this is a statutory issue which comes up often. We find different chapters that are in conflict, and we fix those things routinely. Right now, in the medical chapter, we define it by its genera and species, and that captures it. But what we need to do is to distinguish between cultivars, which is a level of detail that's usually not found in statute, but this year we've recognized that conflict. I think our federal partners have recognized that conflict, and we are motivated to fix that conflict. Not philosophical, it's definitional.
Dr. Pittman, I just want to comment. On the hemp side, I would like to see Florida recognize what the federal government has addressed. But I would also like the federal government to recognize on their side that medical marijuana is being used in almost every state now, yet it is truly illegal, and it's time for the federal government to act so that we can put more money into research. And as investors invest in this new business, they'll have the confidence that they won't be shut down one day. So the federal government has to act on their side too.
Is there anything you think that we can do sort of immediately to provide protections for these companies? I mean, these are good actors and good people that are being threatened and actually being arrested and raided, and their whole lives are being turned upside down right now.
Let me jump on this one. Where this derives from was a letter from the U.S. Attorney General that if a state has a well-regulated marketplace, the Attorney General promises not to prosecute people within the state. And some of the work that I've been responsible for, some of you didn't like a couple of years ago, but really it was generated from that desire to satisfy the components of that memo from the U.S. Attorney General. If we have a well-regulated marketplace, and that's not well-defined, it's up to us to do it. If we have a well-regulated marketplace, they will prosecute. Now, another Attorney General could change that, and we were at risk with Sessions that might have been changed. Yeah.
Actually, the whole memo was rescinded last January, so that protection that was in our states was actually revoked last year, which is what put so many of us in dire straits to get up to DC and try to figure out some direction from not only from Treasury but from Department of Justice.
So in the meantime, all we can do from the legislative side is to follow that initial spirit, which is to make sure that we have our definitions in place, we're clear with our instructions to agency on what they can do for rulemaking, because we would always assist in or resist any prosecution by basically saying, this is a states' rights issue that you gave to us. Now you're going to rescind it? That's a bad issue.
I can't agree more with Dr. Bigman and Commissioner Freed. That's why it's important and incumbent on each of you to talk to your local representatives and senators to hear our hemp bills so we can work them through our system and get them signed into law as quickly as possible.
Just a couple follow-up things. There are two sort of provisions with regards to medical marijuana. Number one, the United States Postal Service has just recently issued an opinion stating that hemp products are not controlled substance under the federal government prior to the change in the 2018 Farm Bill because they were protected by budget amendments. Meaning that there were multiple budget amendments introduced in the federal government which stated that the DEA, the Department of Justice, cannot interfere with the sale, transport of hemp throughout the country in the state it was cultivated in or outside that state. Do you guys, number one, are aware of that, or number two, consider that in, whether or not the federal government can actually act against the state in really enforcing any of these issues? Can anyone answer that?
I mean, I'll take a shot at it. Look, we're sovereign. The federal government has its place in the regulatory scheme, the Postal Service has its place, but we have our own place. And there are many times when the state either takes a more restrictive or a less restrictive position on a certain activity than the federal government is. What we have to do is we have to figure out the right way to work together. And I think that is what the focus of the legislative branch as well as the executive branch is, so that we can get to the right place where all the stakeholders are working together in unison.
Is there any information that people can provide you or assist you with that are part of this community that would help you in your endeavors to sort of move this legislation forward or sort of clarify and rectify the rules for everybody?
Well, that's exactly why we're creating the Hemp Advisory Committee, is we are going to, after the legislation passes and we start working on the rulemaking, we're going to be touring the state and working with all the stakeholders and everybody who has either knowledge of this on both the medical side, the business side, the cultivation side. It's going to be a very diverse committee, and then we are going to try to get as much information as possible as we tour the state of what is working in other states, what needs to work here, and making sure again that we're hearing from the people who are going to be involved in this industry, so that we have the #1 hemp distributor and exporters in the entire world is going to come from the state of Florida.
One thing, and it's the same advice I give folks all the time when they care about legislation. The vast majority of the bills that get introduced in the legislature never get heard. Because there's no right to have your bill heard just because you've introduced it. So on the issues that you care about, and we've talked about many of them here, the #1 thing you can do is go and seek out your state senator and your state representative. And let me tell you what I mean by seek them out. It does not mean put a comment on Facebook. That is not seeking them out. Frankly, it doesn't mean sending them an email, because we get thousands of emails. If you want to we will go to great lengths, all of us that are elected, to meet with folks who want to meet with us from our districts. It's typically our #1 priority. I throw out whoever is in my office when I'm in Tallahassee when someone from my district shows up, because it's kind of a long way to go to get there. And so if you want to get the attention of your legislator, set up an appointment, and I guarantee they will meet with you, because we all do. That's how you get their attention. That's how you get them the information you want.
And I'll chime in on that fact again. And be civil, though, when you have conversations. That's extremely important, because you all are seeing things on your particular issue from your side, through your experiences. Oftentimes, we deal with many, many different facets of the way our government operates. And a lot of us aren't as familiar with hemp and medical marijuana. So be patient and try to be as straightforward and realistic with your expectations as possible. And you'll find more people will listen to you.
And to that, I was talking to a representative the other day, and I said the word hempcrete. He looked at me like I had 3 heads, like, what is that? So it is an educational process, and it's not fair for us to demonize them, because they just don't know. We've been brainwashed in this country for way too long, and we're lucky enough to have people in this room that have educated and working on, and people like all of you that have come full circle on this issue, because that's the main thing. You're willing to listen to our concerns and then potentially change your mind based on research. Last issue on hemp. So we do have currently, the Attorney General has 30 days to reschedule or remove hemp from the Controlled Substance Act as a result of a petition that we filed this week. She has the right to do that and just to redefine it in hemp. Would you guys support something like that, #1, through the Attorney General, and then #2, through the legislation this session?
I would support that, but I do want to make sure that we do have, it doesn't just become the Wild Wild West. There are some bad actors out there that promise or are implying things that aren't true. So we do need to make sure that there are some sensible regulations out there, that a product actually does what it's supposed to do. Because it does mix with other medicines and other ailments people have. And I don't want to say it is kind of the wild, wild west out there. People are promising patients one thing or another, but yeah, it should not be a criminal offense.
Thank you. And Dr. Boxer, do you have any position on that, on the CBD issue?
Well, I am from the wild, wild west. I live in Los Angeles. Where there's 2,400 licenses, and that is only a tiny percentage of those people that grow marijuana. You don't have to walk too far and realize that you're in a farm. So I think that from my point of view as a physician and also working within the industry, quality is everything. And that is, if we can have a high quality product that is available to, really there's 200 million Americans that have access to marijuana, and none of it's ever gone through the FDA, or because of the scheduling has not been able to been researched in a way that every other medicine drug has been in this country. It's just unfathomable that we have a system the way we have it. So I think that, from my point of view, quality assurance is everything. And if hemp, or for that matter, marijuana in general, is going to be consumed by millions and millions of Americans, we all, every one of us, should have a position of demanding quality.
So as far as what AG Moody is going to do, I will not be able to comment on that because I don't know. In fact, she's going to bring something forward to the cabinet for a vote, so that would break sunshine if I was to do so.
One thing you all have to remember is one of the primary functions of your government is for your health and safety. And in the Wild Wild West, if you recall, you had the snake oil salesperson who would come by with a wagon and sell you something that didn't do much of anything, maybe made you sick. But they were gone and you never saw that person again because we didn't have social media back in those days. But I can tell you in Florida, we have a priority of providing safe products to you. And part of this process is to make sure that we can ensure that quality to you.
Thank you. Got it. Director? Yeah, of course.
So, I have an ask of all of you. You're here because you have a passion and a vision similar to all these people on the stage. Please listen to what they said. I fully understand it now, 3 weeks into it, what we have to do, and what Representative Pigman said in Missoula, get a hold of your representative, get a hold of your senator, make appointments. You have a panel up here who is your advocate. Help them help you. And it'll be accomplished.
As you have the mic, you can keep for a second. So the big thing that I'm hearing throughout the state is, number one, our farmers continue to struggle, and these are tomato and vegetable farmers, both small and big. That one of them that is close and dear to my heart, good friends of mine, this is the first year in over 30 years that they are not able to plant a crop because they can't afford it because of tariffs and produce from other countries. Are you, or can we create a system in Florida that helps protect those small farmers and people? Do we have that vision?
Yeah, of course. Right now, agriculture is the second largest economic driver in our state. We export to 164 countries. It is a billion state. So every single day, that is what my department does. It's what I do. Every morning I wake up and say, how can I help the little guy out? How can I make sure that all of the tariffs and NAFTA and all the dumping from Mexico and the hurricanes, what can we do to make sure that we are preserving and protecting our beautiful state? The state that so many of us don't see on a normal basis because we're driving on I-4, we're driving on 95 or the Turnpike. But we have the most amazing life and history of our state is in agriculture and in these farmlands. So we do every day is come up with new ideas of how to not only promote our brands, which is Fresh from Florida, but how to make sure that we are doing more cost-sharing programs with our smaller guys who can't afford to change the irrigation systems, who have to go in and partner with other companies to make sure that they are selling their crops. Even yesterday, we went through, it was amazing how many different commodities that we have 6,000 commodities here in our state, and only 10 of them are being on a USDA approved list in order for our school lunch programs across the country. That is ridiculous. And so that is a challenge that I gave to my team yesterday, saying, fix this. We need to make sure that our local guys and our small businesses and the medium-sized businesses, our diverse businesses, understand that they have an immediate opportunity to get their food in schools all across the country. We need to make sure that we are helping them and providing them opportunities to get onto these lists. So every day we are coming up with new ideas of why is our movie theaters not using corn from our own state to make popcorn? Why are our concession stands all across our stadiums in the state of Florida not using Fresh from Florida produce? So every day we're coming up with new outside-the-box ideas to make sure that agriculture is thriving for generations to come, because that is what is the beauty of our state. Yes, we're in the land of the mouse right now, but outside of them, it's our agriculture. This is the foundation of our state, and that's why I also firmly believe that hemp is going to be, with marijuana, the new crop of the state of Florida. And this is going to give our smaller farmers another opportunity to utilize their land and not have to sell it to development.
So we're going to move on to some licensing stuff, but from everyone in the crowd that's in the CBD industry, their livelihoods are on it, so the faster that we can at least clarify it for law enforcement throughout the state, I think the people in this room would be very much appreciative of it. It is a striving, huge business in this state, as you already know, so thank you very much for your comments on that. So licensing is coming up in addition to this issue, and licensing of our medical marijuana treatment centers. Senator Brandis just introduced a bill last week, and that separates it up into different types of entities, like some people believe that our amendment requires. Do you feel a horizontal integration system would be better for the people of Florida and also the businesses of Florida to be able to get into? And is this possible for us to move towards this in this session? You have the mic, so why don't we start?
Glad I got to start with the really easy question. We only started vertical integration a couple of years ago, so before we go and change it, I think that we need time to see what's working, best for our people that have already made investments, and whether or not there's enough access for our patients out there right now. So myself, I don't know, it's been 2 years, so to go and change the entire system right now, I'm not sure that I would be a supporter of that right now, but I am open, just as we were all open, 10 years ago we would have thought we'd be talking about anything. But I'm not a person where I think that we should have a knee-jerk reaction, every other year, because that doesn't give people that make investments in industries. When you invest, you want to make sure that it's going to continue in a certain pattern for a while. So to change it right away, I'm not sure I would support it. I haven't seen enough information or enough data to say that's necessary yet. But if patients aren't getting access, of course, they're going to be open to that.
Representative Beamer?
Speaking of the genesis of that vertical integration model, going back a couple of years ago, we took testimony from folks in the state of Colorado who recommended it. And the reason we went with that model, and the reason the House will be hesitant to abandon it, is that it eases the regulatory burden. We have fewer entities to have oversight on. And one thing that we didn't want to do, because this is a medication, is allow the state to develop any excess revenue on the sales of a medicine which could be taken up with regulation. So the reason for the vertical integration that we adopted a couple of years ago was an attempt to lessen the burden on the DOH for oversight. I'll share with you right now, the House is not enthusiastic about abandoning that position.
I had a comment as well. I actually think changing the rules at this point would actually be quite damaging for the industry. And here's why. And I say this given my perspective in other industries.
you have a bunch of people who made investments assuming a certain regulatory scheme. They've not necessarily been able to realize the fruits of their investment at this point. If you come in and you undercut that, you expand things, however, all of those people who made investments would probably be in bad shape. And that happens. But what I worry about is now people considering investing in this new regulatory scheme. So we've made these changes, we have a new regulatory scheme. Every one of them has to say, gosh, they did it to these guys after 2 years, they could do it to me in 2 more years. And I think what you would see in an event where we make dramatic changes at this point is I think you'd actually see depressed interest in investment, because there's what investors in any new business want more than anything else is regulatory certainty. It's why in economics a one-time tax cut doesn't really do anything, because you can't plan for it in the future. So that's my concern about maybe 5, 10, 15 years from now, if the system isn't working, maybe you rethink about it again. But I don't think we've had enough time to see that, and I wouldn't want to blow up the interest in people actually getting involved in the industry, which is I think what would happen.
You all recall one of the comments I made earlier is one of our main priorities is to protect you, the public. With vertical integration, we were able to follow seed to sale and make sure that the quality was consistent. And when you think about some of our jobs that we have to do in making statutes and laws that you all have to follow, particularly for something like medical marijuana, where there's very, very little research clinically to show what it's actually good for and what side effects it may have. So what we're trying to do now is expand the system that we currently have so there's more access for the patients and perhaps more legitimate uses. But that's going to take a little time.
Let's talk to our wild, wild west man. As someone who has seen the horizontal market, can you sort of explain, do you think, comparing this system to that market, how it may potentially affect the patients?
Well, the seed-to-sale concept is, I think, the best way of guaranteeing that there will be quality. That is, every step of the way, a particular, there will be accountability at every level. And so a particular company will be responsible for good growing, good manufacturing, and good dispensing. If that somewhere along the line is broken, so that each step of the way is controlled by somebody else, and then that somebody else is theoretically supposed to be accountable to the regulatory agency, there's too many places where there are loopholes, and ultimately the product may not be what the Floridians so richly deserve. So in the wild, wild west in California, it's crazy out there. And so when there's so much distribution, there's so many people that are growing, and then they're selling to a dispensary, and then the dispensary is trying to label it, and somewhere along the line, a third party is going to guarantee that it's high quality. The distribution plan is chaos, and it does not work for the benefit of the patient. So that maybe you can say, okay, the process of horizontal non-integration, the process of horizontal chaos, is that the price of the product goes down, and so there'll be more affordability. But at what cost? The cost is quality. The cost is guarantee. The cost is accountability. And that isn't the benefit, it does not reach the benefit of the consumer.
As far as regulations and rules and regulations, and I know that you guys don't necessarily, you guys implement rules and require the department to do it. Is there any way that we can help you guys, or you guys can push the department along, not necessarily the Department of Agriculture, because they're moving quickly now, the Department of Health, to continue to promulgate the rules for the patients and the people? From what I've seen, they've promulgated only rules for the businesses to create variances in sales of those businesses, but not concentrating on the patient. Is there a way that we can push that on so that people can use edibles and other forms of cannabis here in Florida?
I believe in large part you have. Commissioner of Agriculture. We have Nikki Fried with Madam Commissioner. And we have Governor DeSantis, who have both indicated a desire to have a smokable variety available in addition to the other safe forms. And once you have that leadership in the executive branch who wants it to be so, all of the good people who work in each agency now have guidance and direction, and they will accomplish that. So I would say, in large part, with regard to developing rules, you have been intervening and you have been successful last November. And I think these two people sitting here are proof. I guess you're proof of that because she got elected and you got appointed. So you've done that part. That doesn't mean you need to let up on other issues with your representatives. But in terms of rulemaking, you've got the leadership in place to give direction to the good workers that will make it happen.
I want to comment on, I think in Tallahassee we're doing a great job. The legislature's done a great job. The executive branch has stepped up. But where you all can get involved is in local government. Local ordinance can still stop you from getting the medicine that you need. In my county where I live, in Collier County, 2 years after we've implemented the bill, they've refused to allow anybody to open up a dispensary. They said they still need research. So when Representative Fine said, you make sure you come and see us when you have an issue, locally you need to go and see your county commissioner, because you want to, they keep, when we ask them to do something, they say home rule, home rule, home rule. Well, when it's home rule and they're stopping patients from getting access to the medicine, that's a problem that I have. And you know what, and if we have to preempt them, we will preempt them.
So a couple of things. One, we will be Department of Ag. But I think that we are going to see, Governor DeSantis, that you've seen, has already stepped forward and talking about medical marijuana. Hopefully, we start seeing that trickle down to once he has a certain general in place, because we still don't have that either. So that's also causing some of the holdup since he's gone to office with the Department of Health. But I can tell you, the Department of Health does not start moving on some of this stuff faster, we're going to do it. And why we had the rulemaking workshop already for our part of the edibles. I'm hoping the Department of Health is going to start doing it on their own. If not, we're going to start holding our workshops too for the other part of the edibles rule, because every day that a patient in our state does not have access to this medicine is another day that they are struggling. And so many of our patients need the flower, need the edibles. This is the way that they're getting their medicine, and we are in their way. And so we've got to do whatever we can and keep our voices loud. We know the marijuana industry and that everybody in this world came out to support us in these elections. You saw cannabis candidates like you've never seen before running for office and being in support of this. And those are the candidates that won in November. So your voices are loud, they are heard, and they are effective. So keep up the pressure in Tallahassee. We're going to get it done. And I have, like I said, we've done so much to already move the ball forward, and we are continuing to do so every single day to make sure that we are giving our patients the desired medicine that they need.
When we looked at some of the testimonies from the department early on, it was taking months for patients to get cards. That's sped up tremendously. And as our governor has made excellent appointments, as in Commissioner Freed, I'm sure he'll make an amazing appointment for the head of HHS. And unfortunately, Dr. Pigman won't be available for another year or so, but he would be an excellent appointment for that particular position. But I will tell you all this, it's important to also push in our state to have reciprocity, because we get 121 visitors from other states. And we have a bill down in the Senate and the House that would allow reciprocity with a state that has a registry as ours and a physician certification that is consistent with our Constitution.
Thank you very much. So one thing, we talk about safety of the products for the patients and go back to the Department of Health, and I don't know if there's any way that you could push this along to potentially by passing resolution, but testing labs. Our dispensaries are third-party tested, they're not independent testing at this point. So the patients really, although we have this strict regulatory system, number one, don't know what they're getting. There's no oversight of these MMTCs from the Department of Health. Is there anything we can do legislatively to help you to kind of push those issues along to ensure that the patients are actually getting what you guys want them to get, which is quality, well-tested medication? Representative Bickman?
Well, we do have in the current statute a mechanism for the testing as Department of Health has been relatively laggard up until just the last couple of months. We're way slow on that. So what I would submit to you is we have statutory language which describes it, lays it out, and we're awaiting rulemaking on the part of DOH to execute.
And on that, two things. One is if they wanted to, in theory, they could put those rules in statute. So they could just pass a bill and not even do the rules altogether and just put it into statute. But we are part of our second round of medical rules. We also are going to start the process of third-party testing too. So that way, some of the Chapter 120 necessity that needs to get done in the Department of Health, we will have already laid out some of that groundwork by doing the workshops, by already starting to draft stuff. So we are going to start picking up that ball, at least moving that forward from our perspective.
I just had one more sort of what can we do in the legislature. We do have a committee in the legislature. It's a joint committee between the House and the Senate. Its acronym is JAPC. And this committee actually did, when the legislature was not happy with not either the regulations or the speed that they were being promulgated by the previous administration. I don't know that any of us are actually on that committee, but they did call the administration forward and beat them up pretty good about what was happening. I think our hope is we're not going to have to do that again. Because again, I think if Governor DeSantis was not wanting us to move aggressively on this, he wouldn't have given us a March 15th deadline, which is only 9 days after we go into session. So I think by his actions, I think you can get a sense for where his administration plans to go with this. He didn't have to say he would drop the lawsuit if he could have said I'll drop it by June 15th. I mean, the fact that he gave us this March 15th deadline, I think to me indicates the speed with which he wants to see things moved.
We talked about greater access, and this is the last question on licensing. We'll move to patient issues. But can we at least see an expansion of the amount of people that will be able to potentially get licenses this session, even if it continues as a vertical model? As dozens of people are involved in lawsuits now. There's hundreds of people who allegedly, according to Courtney Coppola, would be potentially applying in this state. Is there going to be sort of legislation through the House, potentially that I haven't seen yet, but through, obviously, Senator Brandis has introduced it in the Senate. Are you guys going to work towards that? And what's your position on expanding those licenses to give greater access and opportunities to patients?
I'll take that first. I have to apologize. About 5:15, I have a speaking engagement I have to get to back in Brevard County, so I'm going to have to cut out a little bit early. But I don't know that the number of licensees should correlate necessarily to access. I mean, there's a market, there's a certain amount of demand, and they should be able to open the number of stores that are consistent with that. Now, we do have issues with access, and I would build on what Representative Rommel talked about. In my county, in Brevard County, I think this is where you need to focus on access. If you can't open a store, it doesn't matter how many licensees there are. And I will tell you the story about the local politicians in my county. They were ready to go. They were going to say, you can open them up, we're happy to have them. And then literally someone came in with a map, and they said, here's where you live, and here's where they will go. And talk about not having the passion of your principles. Oh my God, there's going to be one of these three-quarters of a mile from my house. All these folks who said, oh, I'm fine with it, all of a sudden changed their view. And in the unincorporated parts of my county, we created a moratorium. So to me, the greatest threat to access is not the number of licensees, but it's the number of local politicians who say, we don't really care what they're doing in Tallahassee. We don't care what the legislature's doing. We're not going to allow it here. And I think that's why getting involved in your local situations is just so important.
Another way we can get more licensees is to get more patients. And so in your communities, you have to seek out those physicians that actually are certified to recommend medical marijuana and encourage those medical societies with the uses of medical marijuana that are accepted and that are currently in our statute. Because as we see more patients, we'll have more licensees, we'll have more dispensaries, and the market will be able to take care of itself. But it's going to take all of you out there working hard, being advocates as you are today, and continuing that advocacy.
Talking about cities and localities again, and one of the questions we have from people is, how can we do a better job, I guess, educating the cities and the local municipalities? Is there other efforts that we can do to sort of, educate them as a whole, to sort of get them to understand this issue and why patients need access?
I'll give you one idea. Take them to see a dispensary. I mean, it works for me. I was forming my view on this. I come from the software world. This is not a product that I knew much about. That's the case in Tallahassee. We all come from different backgrounds. And when I went and saw a dispensary in Tallahassee that had been open, I said, wow, this is like the Apple Store of marijuana. I mean, it was not what I think certain people have in their head, based on maybe what they see or what's in the movies. And I think getting some of those local politicians to visit some of these facilities so they can make a more informed decision about here's what will actually happen in your community. I don't fight this issue that much in my community because the city that's 70% of my district, they said you could have dispensaries. So I don't have the situation that Representative Rommel had in my district. There is an ability for my constituents to get the medicine if folks put dispensaries there, and they have. But I think that's the biggest thing, is show them what it actually means to have a dispensary in their jurisdiction.
I understand what Representative Fine is talking about, but in Collier County, it's not about education. I think some of our county commissioners understand that, we're not doctors, they're not doctors, and if a patient needs something that's recommended by a doctor, should be given to them. Unlike what happens in Tallahassee, when we pass a law, it goes through multiple committees, and we have multiple experts come up there and educate us, and then sometimes we have to make really difficult decisions. And before it's passed, it goes through 2 or 3 committees, sometimes 4, in each House and the Senate. Then it's got to pass on the floor of the House, pass on the floor of the Senate, and then the governor has to agree that it actually there's a purpose and a benefit to Floridians. So we've done all the due diligence, we've done all that work. But we've all heard NIMBY's not in my backyard. They'll have 30 people show up to a county commission meeting because they don't want it there. And they disregard all the work that we did up there in Tallahassee. And they say, those same 30 people that show up to every county commission meeting, whether it's for workforce housing or whatever it is, they show up and say no, 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 and then they restrict you. So show up, show up, show up. They'll listen, but you have to show up. If you don't show up, they're going to listen to the 30 people that don't want whatever their local city or local county is their picture. Because if you don't show up, it'll be the same thing.
A bunch of Mr. Pitts, huh?
The other thing, and I tell everybody who comes up to Tallahassee, the best rules of the thumb of how to lobby. And it's really a 30-second elevator pitch. Because the reality is that your elected officials, all of us and all of them, sit and talk to constituents and groups all day long. From the first time we get into the offices until way into the evening. So that 30-second elevator pitch to get their attention. And once you get their attention, then they'll continue to remain engaged the rest of the conversation. So a lot of this is related to them, about your family members, people that are patients out there that their lives have been changed, their constituents, and bring those people to them and appeal to their heart. Because they feel that there's their mother or their sister or their daughter or son, and they could be suffering. They look at it from a different perspective, and a lot of times elected officials are like, well, there's home delivery. Well, we know that that's not really access either. And because a lot of our home deliveries have expenses associated with it, sometimes you need it immediately, you don't want to go online. A lot of our senior citizens don't have access to the internet or knowing what type of products are out there. So being able to open a dispensary in your local community is what helps provide access. But you need that 30 seconds of how to get them engaged in the conversation, which is very controversial issues. But 30 seconds, make it human, make it appeal to their heart.
Now, just from each of you, in your perspectives, representatives, how do you feel medical marijuana has been in Florida, and have you talked to any patients about it as to how this implementation has affected them at all? Representative? Fine. We'll start at the end. Representative
I'll make my last answer. I mean, look, I've heard two things from my constituents. I heard a lot before Palm Bay, which is the largest city in my district. I heard a lot before they allowed a dispensary. They took a little bit of time. So then, before that, no one was going to be able, there weren't going to be any dispensaries, and so there was a lot of, we need a place to go. That all went away once Palm Bay said you can have dispensaries. The two things that I continue to hear are the good and the bad. The good is the person who says, I now have my medical marijuana card, I can get it, and it's changed my life. You know, you hear from those folks. And then you hear from the second group of people who say, you guys passed this bill a long time ago, like why is this taking so long to implement? And I wish I had a better answer for that. I mean, we pass the laws. The legislative branch creates the laws. We don't execute the laws. That's not our job. But it is a frustration, and I think it's why you see us revisiting some of these policies again. But those would be the two kinds of comments that I get right now. Anyway, thank you guys for having me. I apologize for back here.
being here and being a part of this and being willing to open up and speak candidly with everybody here in the audience. Thank you very much. Representative Missoula?
Well, I still see patients, and I have patients that come to me mainly with skin problems, but they also have other medical problems, and I will tell you, many of them that are on medical marijuana for sundry things, particularly chronic pain, have been able to cut down on the amount of opioids that they're taking. And if we can accomplish that goal alone, we will save lives in our state.
As it turns out, Dr. Boxer, Dr. Masulo, and I are still practicing physicians. We didn't give up that gig, in our case, to be politicians. This is just a part-time, short-time gig. So for me, I started out 6 years ago, very skeptical. And we were talking about this before we actually came on here. Physicians are skeptical. It's what you want us to be. There's an old saying, be not the first nor the last to take up a new therapy. So I came into this schedule. We approved the CBD, and the preliminary data is remarkable. It's very competitive. And in my lingo, I would say I am reasonably impressed. I'm skeptical, I'm reasonably impressed. My anecdotal experience has been that those that have found their THC product have had better control of pain. And there's no denying that the side effect profile of THC versus any opiate, the THC is superior. So I am optimistic that with time, the three of us will have good data which make us comfortable with that therapy. But because of roadblocks that's been in place, largely through its scheduling as a Schedule 1, we don't have that data. We don't have the benefit of year studies. But we too certainly are very anxious to see what that data shows. Anecdotally, I've been impressed.
But we don't have time. People are dying.
Yeah. You know, for a doctor, I can't take that. I know you said that. But suppose we approve something that would help you but kill those 5 people.
Cannabis can't kill Dr. Pigman. Cannabis can't kill Dr. Pigman.
We'll get to this.
Nevertheless.
And that is issue. I'm going to continue on this topic, so.
But you asked for my opinion.
Difficult person to impress. But you know what's sad is the tobacco companies and the spirit companies are the individual companies that seem to be getting into the marijuana business. I'd like to see the pharmaceutical companies start getting into the business. But they're not.
patients. We're afraid of the pharmaceutical industry. We don't think they have our best interest at heart, honestly. Used to work for the FDA. He actually wrote the insert on Bear aspirin that is still in the label today, and his position was always with pharmaceutical companies. As he worked for and submitted applications for many of our anti-psychedelic drugs to the FDA, was that their business was never to help people or cure people, but make sure that people continue to come back so they can continue to generate revenue. Go over to Dr. Boxer, because this is a conversation that we had, and opiates is a huge epidemic in this state. I've had multiple clients over the years perish from it. I've had friends and family addicted to it. Two of the people against cannabis in our state are blaming cannabis for their children's opiate addiction. And we know now, the studies clearly prove throughout the country that opiate is cannabis is a gateway away from opiates. And I know you've been sort of involved in this and researching this for a long time, and I know we've learned about the endocannabinoid system, but is there any real evidence to show how realistically cannabis works in our body better and more efficient than opiates to relieve the pain and give people a quality of life that they don't have under pharmaceuticals?
The way I got into the industry is that I was treating a friend and also a patient who had widespread metastatic cancer of the kidney to his bones. And he was in terrible pain. We were giving him whatever we could in order to try to ameliorate the pain. And nothing worked, and the side effects of the opioids were terrible. And so he decided, this is a number of years ago, but he decided with his wife he was going to try marijuana. And he went to a couple of stores, aka head shops at the time, in Beverly Hills and in the San Fernando Valley. His experience was terrible because his doctors weren't able to give him any advice, and he was getting incomplete advice at best when he went to the stores. And so they came back to me and said, why can't there be like a Walgreens or CVS or some professionals who are involved in the cannabis industry to be able to help me, he said. Unfortunately, he passed away soon thereafter, but it made me think about the importance of quality, as I spoke about earlier, and about how professionals could get involved. Not necessarily the other industries, but people who were committed, as you all are, committed to the excellence and the education and the disbursement or the availability of cannabis. And so I wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal about a year ago about this experience and about the fact that because it is on Schedule 1, the great universities and medical centers in this country cannot study the drug or the contents of marijuana, any of the chemicals therein, or else risk the inability to get federal funds for other research. And so it's totally stymied. So the greatest thing we can do, I think, for the improvement and proof of the quality of marijuana and any of the chemicals within the plant is to get it off Schedule 1. Now, there's been discussion by the legislators on the panel about lobbying and how to effectively lobby. You don't need a license to lobby when you're talking an individual to the legislators. I have personal experience in that. I'm not a lobbyist, and this is before the cannabis, and even maybe now with the cannabis. But going to a legislator, this is sort of like lobbying 101. You go to a legislator and they actually are interested in what you have to say. They really want to know. because they are not experts in everything that you may be expert in. What you think about, or is it like almost a knee-jerk response to understanding any particular issue, in this case cannabis, they don't necessarily have that information. And so I would always be talking to people in the federal government and into the state government as well. And it's oftentimes said that a legislator is like a pillow, the last person that sits on it makes the greatest impression. And so you want to be able to continue the conversation and not just make that one impression, because you are the most important person in the universe for those 30 seconds, and then the next person is the most important person in the universe for those next 30 seconds. So you want to, what I always do, and I suggest this strongly, is say to the legislator or commissioner, who is the person in your office that is the access point? Who can I continue the conversation with? Because that person, who is a staff member, generally speaking, wants to get the information as easily as possible, because he or she has 6 other things that they have to do. They have to have speeches or PowerPoint presentations or talking points or whatever. But that person, when you call and say, representative, senator, commissioner, whatever, told me your name to call you about this subject, and I'd like to help you help your boss. Oh, you get a really big response on that, because they really don't want to do the work. They really don't. And because they have so many other things to do. They're well-meaning, and they're educated, and they can quote you every statistic that's ever been in a textbook, but with the judgment and wisdom is knowledge plus experience. They may have the knowledge, but they don't have your experience. So getting those people in your, it used to be called Rolodex, but I mean, dating myself because no one else will. But the truth is that if you just simply communicate with the staff person, you will get it done. And one last thing, and that is, I think, I worked in 3 different Veterans Administration hospitals. Our veteran heroes deserve the access to the CBD. They have given so much to this country, and the country should not resist giving something back to them. There are 1 million veterans who are coming back, or have come back from 2002 on, from Afghanistan and Iraq. 1 million, 15% have PTSD. And in the country, there are 18 million veterans, and approximately 15 to 20% have PTSD. But also, there are, unfortunately, in this calamitous social structure we have in this country with gun violence, there are a lot of other people who have PTSD that never went to a battlefield. They went to school, or they went to work, or whatever. So PTSD is more than just a veterans issue, although it certainly is a veterans issue. And so what we need to do, I believe, is also be able to talk to our legislators and tell them that when I get off this pillow, I want that impression to last. And I want the people who fought for this country to be able to get the medication, and specifically in this case, cannabis, for their illness.
What the question was, because it was a little bit of a while, but I think everybody in this room and everybody on this panel can agree one thing: that patients want quality medicine that's consistent. For other pharmaceutical medicines, whether you have high blood pressure, cholesterol, some other chronic illness where you have to take medicine all your life to help maintain it so you have a quality life and you live. Whether you buy in Florida, California, Texas, you know what it is when you open it. And until the federal government releases cannabis as Schedule 1. The FDA will not be able to study it. We won't be able to have that consistent medicine for patients that, for the military man or woman that lives in Virginia now that wants to move to Florida. Are they going to have to start over and figure it out? We need to get that released so we can have proper funding so we can do study. But we do need to protect, patients. We need to make sure that they know what they're getting, how it mixes with their other medicines, and that they can get it everywhere else. And I know some people were clapping or booing before because of, traditional pharmacies with some of the medicine. I promise you, everybody that's making an investment in this industry right now wants to make money. They're here to make money. They want to make it better, but they want to make money or they wouldn't be investing millions and millions of dollars. And yes, even in your industry, you are going to have bad actors too. And as legislators, we need to have some systems in place to protect from bad actors. I mean, just like the opioids. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but there are some patients that have some benefits from opioids. But of course, it seems it's always in Southeast Florida where the pill mill manufacturers started that you had doctors prescribing millions of pills per week, and somehow we missed it. We don't want to miss this either, but we do need to make sure that the federal government gets out of the way so they can apply proper funding so people and patients know what they get. And then in the state of Florida, we need to make sure we step up so we can supply money to our university so that they can get proper testing and proper studies, because this is still in its new stage, and we want to make sure we get it right here in Florida.
I like the pillow analogy. I'd like to think most of us have memory foam, though, where we can reform ourselves and yet still have some influence on the people that have been sitting on us. But I will tell you, the biggest negotiating point you all have is empathy. Empathy. We heard about veterans with PTSD. Do you know in the time when we've been sitting up here, someone's killed themselves, a veteran's killed themselves because of PTSD?
Yes. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know. Call the pharmaceutical company.
We don't have to get it. Okay, I'm saying.
What you all need to get to is to be able to have someone not tell you you're right, because that's what you want to hear. You want them to get to the decision that that's right. Because if they get to that decision that that's right, then you convince them. You need to convince them through empathy, not through what you think is right or wrong. You want them to come over to your side, not be an opponent. Remember that when you negotiate. I think you'll find yourself in that
More results with compassion and understanding and empathy than we do with arguments and fighting, absolutely. Because I think once you start, I don't know how many patients you guys have met in your career, but I think once you start talking to these patients and veterans, I mean, I had one client that was arrested for cultivating cannabis before it was legal in the state of veteran, but his father found him on Christmas morning underneath the tree with a gun to his head. And, it was after he got arrested, so he didn't have his plants and he didn't have his cannabis. Luckily his father found him, but these are serious issues that people are dealing with. We had that 90-day wait period. People were dying left and right as a result of it and were suffering. My mom passed away of lung cancer in 2003. She wouldn't touch cannabis because she was brainwashed forever about it by the federal government. I understand that. Have you ever looked at PubMed for any cannabis studies or anything like that?
I don't know what to say except that we support it. I mean, this is what we're doing with legislation. We passed the CBD bill a couple years ago. We passed THC, CBD, and this year we're working on the smoke. We are passing it. By fiat, we cannot make it happen tomorrow.
It's the legislature, that's how it works. It's a system, democracy. Come on.
No, I mean,
other states are.
Cannabis does not affect the synapses in your brain, that affects your lungs and your heart. That's why you don't die from it. People die from opiates all the time accidentally. This is much safer, it's non-toxic, and quite frankly, you have a right for people to grow a plant in your backyard. It's
We are. And, you know, the fact that we've changed 180 degrees over the past couple of years, this is someone, and this is not a Q&A, but, you know, and this is someone who honestly was very much against it, who, in speaking to him, has changed his mind and understanding. It's about education. Again, we can't brainwash these people for being brainwashed by pharmaceutical companies who create curriculums in medical schools.
So they had checks from them.
Absolutely. But, you know, they take checks from all of us, so just start donating and maybe you'll have better influence. So, we're winding it up. We've had a wonderful panel. I don't want to ruin it with these people. It's been great. Hopefully everyone's gotten a little bit of information. We have a lot to work on in this legislative session, and we know that. But you guys now have the tools to hopefully be active in doing that. Because I got to tell you, the majority of the time when people are up in Tallahassee, there's nobody there going into these people's offices and talking to them. So unless, you know, you're up there in the droves and the masses, and there is a handful and there's a couple dozen of us, or people that do that regularly, but we need everybody to get involved on both the local level and the state representative level. It's the only way we get people like coming together as an industry and working together as a community to understand we want patients to have access. We want veterans to have access. We understand the cost of this program right now for most of the patients is prohibitive. One more thing before I get pulled off. If you guys, we want some more anecdotal evidence for these people. If you have a cannabis base, you want to stand up as a patient, and it's helped you as opiates, it's changed your life, it's given you a quality of life, please stand up and let them know how this can help you.
Take 30 seconds. What we were talking about earlier, we live this. We live this every single day, being advocates, standing up for the people that we love and for the people that we know have been positively affected by having access. I also talk a lot about affordable access, that it's not just the dispensaries, it's not just the licenses, it's about health insurance. It's about Medicaid and Medicare finally stepping up. But what I wanted to say is that we do this every day. All of us live this issue. The elected officials on the stage, as we've been talking about, they are passionate for this too. But we have a lot of work to educate our elected officials and explaining all the different moving parts. This, you know, Rome wasn't built in one day and overnight. This is going to take time, and people like me in Tallahassee are standing with you all and with me and my family and everybody to make this happen.
And there are multiple ballot initiatives for legalization, adult use, home grow. Sign them, get involved, and let's push them. And so they have to continue to implement the will of the people like they continue to do and work on. So get involved. Absolutely.
This is our opportunity. It's our forum to educate, like you said, legislators, our community, our industry. And we would like an ask of our industry family. We have these wonderful legislators before us here to listen, to participate, and take these issues back to Tallahassee. So I'd like you all to stand and see if they can. We have just a few tickets left. If any of you are interested, we have a few more surprises for you. We're just so grateful. Don, you want to say a few words? I know you love to talk and stuff. But we'll see you tonight. Thank
Yeah, we're gonna get further.